Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets, joined once again by Derek Johnson. Derek and I have done several shows over the last several months, military roundtables and all kind of crazy stuff. I really enjoy Derek's insights. He's got a wide range of information that he shares. He's got a great website. If you've never been to it, the 1776. What's the name of that? The documents.info. That's where he's got excellent information. If you've never been there, highly recommend it. It'll be in the links. So, Derek, I mean, you've been really exposing a lot of stuff throughout a long time. I mean, I just saw a picture where you're hanging out with President Trump, and you're speaking, and President Trump, is listening to you talk to him. So it's kind of interesting to see, that you're having some kind of influence there because your insights, I believe, are incredible. What do you think is going on right now as far as like the military, coming after the deep state? What do you think is happening?
Well, I keep telling people I know that they think that some of us are, dragging this out, and I'm like, I mean, as long as the law shows we're in a continuity of government, which it does, we're in a partial continuity of government, then there's still some moves on the chessboard that they're still moving about. I think a lot of times people think because, someone of your status, a former SEAL team chief or, Colonel Sellers, the other night they asked Colonel Sellers a question. He's like, that's out of my wheelhouse. I don't know that. And I mean, here we're talking about a full bird colonel, right? And I think so many people get caught up in titles the wrong way as well. It's great because you need them, but then you get caught up the wrong way thinking that just because you're a SEAL team, SITS or CIA or that you have all the answers. And I'm like, no, there's no way to know that. If we did, we would never have any conflicts because we'd always have the answers, ahead of time, and we could nip a lot of things in the bud a lot easier. So, but right now it's genius to me what they're still doing because the end goal, I know some people out there just cannot comprehend that liberals or anything polar opposite than you should want to be brought onto the team. But that is exactly what the end goal is. It's never supposed to look like this. I hate the term politics because it was never supposed to be politics. It was supposed to be representatives working for us, the people, if you didn't want to be a representative. And they're supposed to do what we want them to do and what we need them for. And so as population grew, well, we needed representatives. We needed more representatives. And so, I don't like using names, but there's been a few examples out there of some people that I might as well just use one, but look at Marjorie Taylor Greene, who is someone that says a lot of MAGA stuff, says a lot of your key terms, but actually said something that contradicts everything. Now, some could still be playing roles in a different manner, but at this point in the game, saying that not our war is not what you want to hear from any kind of patriot or MAGA or whatever you want to title it, Republican conservative. So when Mark Levine called her a nimwit, I'm like, Mark Levine, he's in a role like you and I. He's not a congressman or woman, or a senator or anything like that. So he's just a guy who's sitting back here going, well, the Constitution says this, and the Declaration of Independence says this, and he's a foundational character. And he could, anybody can have a skeleton in their closet as far as like he could be being puppeted out there on Fox News, but he's still not a representative. So her saying that, and then you saw Ted Cruz get annihilated by Tucker Carlson for not knowing anything about Iran. And so there's another thing right there. So if you go back to the 2016 campaign, President Trump said that he said it this way, and he pointed at him. He said, this guy right here is the biggest liar out of all of these on the stage. And he was pointing to Ted Cruz. And then he called him Robin Hood. He had a nickname for him back then, called him Robin Hood. He said, this guy borrowed from Citibank and Goldman and Sachs and didn't report it in his reports. So, Goldman Sachs was one of there's a 385-page report on, and maybe more than that, but that's one of them that shows how Goldman Sachs was the key component of the 2008 financial recession. So, that's not someone you'd want to be borrowed money from and then that be on your record. So, all this stuff is still a takedown. And it's teaching people still, though, that like you and I have been talking about this for going on 3 years that I've known you, and teaching people consistency. And then what information you provide them, what kind of information is it? Is it something you can sink your teeth into that's, it's credible? And a lot of these people are they just talk. Now, sometimes talks are productive, perspective, but I've always said if perspective don't lead to a solution, then it's just a bunch of hot air. And so a lot of these people are doing that, and a lot of patriots, conservatives, Republicans are learning firsthand to keep your friends close and your enemies closer. And the enemies closer are the ones who talk more like you and replicate you. A friend's going to be honest with you. Hey, Jaco, I don't think that shirt looks good on you, or but can do it in a way that don't hurt your feelings, but still be honest with you. Your enemies who are trying to replicate you, they're not doing that. They're brown nosers and posers, and they're saying everything they can to look the part, and they're pretty good, some of them. So that's what a lot of people are seeing right now with that play out. And then you see like Thomas the Massey, McConnell going, Rand Paul not running again. So a lot of these guys are being taken out, and it's just a continuous showing the continuous draining of the swamp. And there will be whatever you want to call it, there's going to be a silver lining in the sky for people, but I don't think it's not a destination stop. There won't be a hard stop day where they go, well, here's everything we did. It's a journey. And it's just getting people to see that.
Yeah, that's. I like how you brought up Ted Cruz, because Ted Cruz was vociferously, opposed to Trump becoming president, and really attacked him almost every day, horrifically.
Oh, big time.
And then we had Trump say something that basically was all stop, and then Ted Cruz went away. He said that his father happened to be running around the streets during the time frame where JFK was assassinated, and then it was like whoop, from his end. So we know that a lot of this stuff is basically military protocols and so forth that Trump understands on a very high level. That's why I think he likes to have you around, and you understand this on a very high level as well. The military symbolism, military operations, military law, military optics. You are a master at this. I have never heard of anyone talk in any. I mean, because you even said you saw Colonel Sellers, kind of outside my realm, but for you just have eaten a lot of this stuff up and give us really good insights. I think one of the best ones that I liked was during the when Biden came in and they did a military funeral for him, and you basically lined it all out. And I was like, wow, that is absolute. And then I did my own research and I dug deeper myself, and it's like, you absolutely scored 100% on that one. So good job. So we're seeing more of that. A lot of people ask us some very in-depth questions. One of those the other night is like, do you see President Trump as a good president? And I said, I don't see him as just a good president. I see him as the best president in history, and he will probably go down as the best president in history. So, many of us are looking at this as, an incredible opportunity to see this our America transform in a good way. What are your thoughts?
Oh yeah, and I feel the same way. I mean, he's the Cyrus the Great of our era. People don't realize what Cyrus the Great did. Taking out the Babylonians. There's no way. And I mean this with all due respect to, President Reagan and even Gerald Ford and different people in history. That's why I tell people all the time, quit going by Google research on, Digital Warriors was meant to be like true secret military, true military. Now, I'm not telling people not to read and research, but you got to be careful with that, because it can send you down a spiral and you end up on some wrong people. But like it's the bringing up President Reagan and President Ford. There's been good people throughout history. They haven't all been bad just because the swamp that surrounded them. It just was more infiltrated with that, and then they created their own system. But there were some good patriots along the way that thought that they could, rally the troops, as the saying is. And when Reagan got too charismatic and Ford did, they fired shots at him. And so, and even like George Wallace, who I bring this up all the time to show people, since now we're kind of getting a fundamental reset. It's not a change, but it's a fundamental reset. But George Wallace was the governor of Alabama, and he made a presidential run. And he was controversial to a lot of people because they didn't pay attention to context and detail and what mattered. He's the one who stood on the front of the University of Alabama and wouldn't let the black student into the building. But what he was saying back then as governor, he said, I'm the governor. I don't write the law. I don't pass the law, right? I'm to enforce the law. And as the law sits right now, the law says this. And he said, what kind of governor would I look like if I went against the law? See, he didn't stand in front of the building because the female was black or a female, and so a lot of people don't understand that terminology. And if we don't have a basis that we all stand on, and a principle that we stand on, and a foundation that we stand on, then you can always grasp for straws at any one moment, any one time. And it'd be like being in the military, and then all of a sudden, some young buck private telling a full bird colonel, what he's not going to do, and this, that, and other. I mean, it would kind of be that kind of, it's a parallel kind of principle to look at. And that don't work. I tell people all the time, but hey, there's one place that is real solid on the chain of command and the structure and the discipline is the military, because you do have the guys up here that predominantly go by that. So when you look at President Trump, I've made a case by law that shows that he hasn't really been he had to have a presidential title because of federal laws, but in reality, he's been a choice by the military the whole time as a supreme commander. And of course, when you're talking, you have to be careful with that in another way, but he's a supreme commander, not a king, but he's done everything by the T of the Constitution, but also by our foundation and the Federalist Papers. When you go over and read all these Supreme Court cases that he has filed, and it's numerous petitions, but like the one that when I was in South Dakota, and I texted your wife and I said, hey, you got to get Jaco on. Like, we got to do this one about this case that President Trump has filed about SEAL Team 6 specifically. When you go read all other references in these petitions, Federalist Papers are listed all throughout, and the numbers of which ones to look at. So President Trump is the most, and I'm not knocking all the others again, but where we are in time, where we are in history, what needed to happen, fundamental reset back to our foundation. He is the most presidential president by our foundation known to man.
Yeah, fantastic. So we saw with Uranium One, Hillary Clinton, Obama, basically they were setting up Iran with nukes, eventual nukes, and same thing with I believe North Korea. So we saw President Trump, walk across the line, shake hands with Kim, and I thought that was incredible. I thought that was coming, and he did it. I think at some point we may see a new regime. I think it's actually happening right now in Iran, and that's because of President Trump again. So we're seeing this deep state, long-term plans that have been implemented, being thrashed, taken down. They're scrambling. They're in our face a lot of times with some of the stuff, and it's very obvious to many of us. You especially are able to pick a lot of this stuff out. What were your thoughts on President Trump bombing Iran and how that made things start to move in an even faster pace?
Well, we could go with the military response of hell yeah, but but we probably need to go to more, informational piece. But it goes back to, it shows the dash 45-47. I try to remind people daily that the whole thing is a visual. It gives you a visual like of an occupation, an operation. 45, the dash, and the 47. The whole thing is an operation by unique laws and orders. And it shows when you go back to 2017 through 2020, when all the capitulations took place, it shows what nations capitulated and what nations basically were saying, we want to be a part of world history the correct way. And so many people are, and it's okay in one way, but all the chatter about Israel and people saying, oh, I saw a lot of people calling themselves patriots, like dogging other patriots, saying, oh, you people are going to be sorry. Israel was the one who, assassinated JFK and all this other stuff. And I'm like, okay. Here's the smart aleck in me, but also the guy that says, look, what's more prevalent right now? All right, if you believe JFK is alive, then you believe he's alive, or he lived and he went to witness. If you believe he was assassinated, then he was assassinated. All right, which means he's not with us. All right. So which one's more prevalent? A nation who has nuclear weapons that we absolutely know they have by all general reports, by our generals and President Trump, and also other agencies around the world, or some guy that is in our history books, rightfully so? Which one's more prevalent, though? So when you go with that aspect, then you got to outline that, look, I have it in my book, and I don't, it's just a saying I've heard, but you create a problem, you have a solution to. And that's what the deep state did. They would create problems they already had solutions to. Whether or not they were going to use the nukes or not, doesn't matter. They could have escalated it up and then make it look like they saved the day to do what? Stay in power, make more money, sell a book, whatever it may be. So they created a problem they have a solution to. And you have to go back and go ask yourself, okay, why before 1979 were women in style in Iran? They were wearing makeup. They weren't having to wear their burqas. All these other that were forced to wear the burqas. None of those things. All right. So Iran was flourishing just like other countries were. And then all of a sudden, in 79, Jimmy Carter declares a national emergency in executive order. And it's the oldest executive order with a national emergency. It's been continued 44 years, which it was. I use the number 37 because President Trump, when he took over in 2016, that wiped out that they were continuing these for deep state reasons. But technically, it's been continued 44 years. All right, so that's what President Trump's solving. And all these people out there who were, oh, no, not our war. If you're a Republican conservative, that really looked bad on you because it shows you haven't studied. Well, if you've heard of us, you haven't studied what's in place that you can know to see that this is most definitely a military operation, military occupation, continuity of government, and then study that to know that. So all the liberals over there yelling that, I'm like, it was, I hate to say it like this because it's not supposed to look like this, but it was your people who established these executive orders with these national emergencies. It was Obama who had the national emergency with Yemen. Where were these people with Yemen? We declared an actual conflict with Yemen on March the 15th to May the 6th this year, and we were bombing them. So no one was, because of Iran being a bigger topic, right? Everybody panicked. And it's like, no, this was an operation. President Trump is wiping out. And to prove it, I've told people before, I know what little service I had in the military. I'm not a war hero. I'm not a decorated hero. I'm not any of that. I know what I did. You don't have to remind me. I'm pretty sure that I know my background. All right. But our oath never expires. It says foreign and domestic. Foreign was not put in there for foreign. It was put in there in 1862, meaning anybody who was foreign to our nation and our ideologies, like the liberals are acting right now, they really could be lassoed up by law for acting like foreign agents. So that's what that's for. And I brought that up to say, when you look at what's going on and then you look at the laws and orders in place, this is the greatest operation known to man. And when people say that to me, I'm like, well, I don't really care but here's what's going on. And so, the Iran situation, 44 years of that. Obama, Executive Order 13611 was Yemen. Then he had one national emergency, but 4 executive orders in 1 year in 2014 with Ukraine. 3 of those were in 1 month. So I'm like, all this stuff is festered to a point, and here's President Trump. He's ending all these things. And then you have Syria. So Syria was a topic that we were told when I was in not to talk about. All right, because here was Obama, and I'm not going to remind people what Putin said about Obama back then, because it's coming out of a white dude's mouth. Someone's going to spin it somehow. But he said some pretty harsh, racist things about Obama way back when. And so Syria is one of those topics that it's finally coming to the surface more and more and more. All right. And there was another nation that we were involved in when I was in. And I tell people, I know what my service was, but I was involved in something that when it's time to talk about, where it don't look like it's about me, because it's not, it's going to allow people to see where God placed me in the world, in the path and everything. While I started studying and figuring this stuff out and whatnot. And then I have some key connections to something that also ties in, and they also watch us as certain people, and they'll be unveiled in the future. But that whole thing to do with Syria, President Trump literally just this past week ended all these executive orders with national emergencies with Syria and opened up their market for the U.S. to enter their market. The same thing he just did with Vietnam. When you really think about what's going on, that opens up all of the questions for veterans of Vietnam era who were treated the worst ever. Out of all veterans, they were horribly mistreated. Doesn't matter if they were draftees or they signed up or not. They were all mistreated. We shouldn't have ever been in Vietnam. All that's going to open up the Lyndon Johnson, the George Bush Sr., and all that crew from that era, the JFK Moore files. So as we move into the future, they had to do this delicately because veterans do have a high rate of suicide. And you can't just come in there and dump all this stuff, making like, oh, your service wasn't valuable because these wars were all bullcrap. No, you have to flip it over on the deep state to show it was them and their quote unquote diplomacy, as they call it. They created a problem they had a solution to. So President Trump is the first president to revoke and terminate executive orders with national emergencies of the deep state swamp. All right. And opening up the markets, not terminating them like some did that in the past. They terminated it, but they created something else. He's terminating it and opening the market up, the actual economy and trade market. So Syria added to that, and Vietnam added to that just this week. That's historic. Well, it's phenomenal, historical, whatever the words you want to call it, but it's going to open up and allow also again, not resetting in a bad way, but it's a fundamental reset, not a fundamental change. But it's also going to open up and allow some of this to enter the courts. He's the one that posted just a couple of days ago, reposted again, all roads lead to Obama, and share if you would like to see public military tribunals. So it is prevalent to President Trump. I keep telling people who want justice, they're setting everything up. All right. And they got to set it up for our future. Also, all those checks, like check marks and different things you got to do, like for making sure we never get to this place again. Right. So like accountability, responsibility, transparency, honesty, communication, all the things like you and I know, discipline, structure. You got to have all these things where we can maintain and sustain this. And then we don't have to worry about a group of people festering to a point. We could just find one person who's an infiltrator and go, no, you're out of here, like President Trump showed.
Wow, fantastic. So, Vietnam, the Vietnamese now love Trump. They make statues of him. I've talked to some of these people. It's incredible. They love Trump. You look at Syria. Some people are posting that the Syrians are dancing in the streets for President Trump. So something's up. President Trump obviously is making a difference. Now, when I left the military, it was still under Bush. And then a little while later, I started working for the CIA, and it was under Obama. And I went to all these countries that we're having problems with now. And I can tell you that Iran was the problem. And we know that the people of Iran were about, during that Arab Spring, they're ready to, like, all these countries are going down. We're gonna go off too. We're gonna get rid of our evil group. And Obama didn't back them. They needed someone to back them, because they have Hamas and Hezbollah will come in, and two other Iranian groups that I've had to deal with those people in Afghanistan, Iranians, all these. Iran, it's every place I went. Iraq, Afghanistan, Pakistan, Yemen, Lebanon, all of those, Libya, all of those places, you could see the mark of Obama's, screwing everything up. Obama and Clinton, right? They were screwing up the whole Middle East, and now Trump's cleaning it up, and the liberals are fighting him the whole way. It's crazy to me.
Well, what's funny was just this past week, I had posted, I was re-channeling what you and I talked about in our podcast on that. And I put up this post, and you can only put 4 photos up on True Social, just same thing as X. And so I was trying to get it all in one. And I saw a message come through on my Facebook. It just so happened to see a notification that says your True Social is not showing up. I was like, uh-oh, because it had nothing to do with location and if you had service or not. So I looked on there, and sure enough, they had deleted it, my profile. And so I text Siggy really fast, and I said, hey, and I shot her the screenshot, and she's like, I'm on it. And so she loops me in, and I haven't told who it is yet, but she looped me in on a group text, and he's like, all right. He right to Devin Nunes, and it wasn't. I mean, I don't know, because I was driving. I pulled over because trying to focus, and it wasn't probably 30 seconds, and I pulled down the like the refresh, and it was back up, and so I screenshot it, and I was like, oh, back up, thank you so much, like this is awesome, and he goes, I'm just repeating. He was like, holy shit, that was quick. Like, it was quicker than what he thought was going to happen. And so it was kind of funny. And I said, well, and I told Siggy, I said, well, I'm not a publicity person. I don't even, coming out of country music, you know the term publicity, and there's ways to seek good publicity, and there's negative publicity, and there's negative that you can do on your own if you don't care about it. And then there's negative that was brought on to you. And you learn to live with it. But I was like, I told her, I said, well, shows I'm directly over the target, because I said the last thing I posted, was this. And she was like, holy, of course, Siggy don't care where we are. You could be in the most formal ever, and she's going to drop an F-bomb or whatever. And don't care. One time she said that while I was standing around, and President Trump was there, and she dropped the bomb, I mean, like right in front of everybody. And he goes, see why I keep her around? I love her. I tell people all the time, like, he loves that stuff. He loves when you're just passionate, but also don't care. It's like, okay, there's 7 forks and 5 spoons, and you skip them. He loves that, right? It's like, so, but I had posted the Obama, Gaddafi, and also Osama. And I said, look, ladies and gentlemen, here's what's coming, because President Trump is going back through all roads lead to Obama. He put up the photo of President Trump. He put up the photo of Obama standing over the cash pile, and it says the 1.7 billion. So I'm like, he's putting this back up again. All right. And then the all roads lead to Obama photo on the bottom of it was the one that said share if you'd like to see public military tribunal. So I'm like, this is President Trump's official page. So I said, he's starting this again. And with the Iran situation, that's your executive order 12170 by Carter. So he's finishing that, and talk about regime change. Well, they're getting that stirred up out there. So when you see what comes in the future, and the Abraham Accords, Syria doing what they're doing, Qatar and all the other different countries who are working right now on everything. I said there's a lot more Abraham Accords countries coming in, and you'll start seeing that. But you're also going to see the justice part, because in that March 19th, 2024, it was 4 months before the quote unquote assassination, which we all know, anybody that knows it can study it. It's all special operations in the 2016 unconventional warfare. And so that case is, that's going to be of the future. When I don't know when they're going to show it, but that case, when it says, can a president order SEAL Team 6, and that's the one that I text Jaco's sweet wife, and I said, hey, you got to get him on ASAP. And let's do a show on this before anybody else gets it, because this man right here is the one that needs to be talking about it, because SEAL Team 6, the last time SEAL Team 6 that I know of was involved with anything with the president, public, was Osama. And that was May the 2nd, 2011. And 5 months later, Gaddafi. And if you go to Wikipedia, which I don't highly recommend sometimes, but sometimes they're pretty accurate, and the term with Gaddafi is assassinated. Well, that's going to open a massive can of worms with this, because one of the key, it's like 3 amici curiae, which are friends of the court. One of them is General Keith Kellogg in this petition, which gives me chills every time I think about that, because President Trump has highlighted him all along the way. He's also the author of the 2017 National Security Strategy, which is the most recent and last one posted on the Department of Defense. They don't have Biden's 2022 up, and let's be honest, it's 2025. There's plenty of time for them to put a little emoji picture up on that site if Biden was real and president, and also recognized by the DOD and the military. So that case specifically says not only there's a 3 amici curiae, but it also says multiple leaders and senior executives astounding no. So that's going to open a massive case for not only Obama, but Hillary Rodham Clinton with Benghazi, Libya, because of Gaddafi. And he's the one that stood there in front of all those leaders. It's all recorded. And he was mocked and laughed. And he said the United States is going to do, and he was talking about the old United States. He was talking about the 2016, ladies and gentlemen, and prior. He said the United States, it will do the same thing to you that they did to Saddam Hussein. All right. And if you don't get chills over that, and he stood there and told him that, and the former leader of Syria that fled, he was the one they showed laughing at him. So this was a massive military operation, and there's no way President Trump did this as a regular president. And it required multiple strategic layers of plans by the likes of Jaco and different people on that caliber, with the mindsets and the history that Colonel Sellers and Lieutenant Colonel Bosey and Major Jim O'Connor's. I mean, this was a strategic plan that had every checkpoint, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, all kinds of flanks. If something happens here, we can do this. If this happens, we can do that. I don't know, man. It's hard to describe what we're living through. It really is.
Yeah, it's fantastic. You're doing a good job of describing it. So I appreciate your insights. One of the things that I like to look at is long term, what this looks like in the future. It looks like to me that the United States will be the superpower of history. Everybody's going to look back and say it was because of the United States under President Trump that the whole world was turned around. Now, one of those I think that's working with Trump is President Putin, and I think they're kind of like in the background. President Trump comes in and says, "All right, I'll stop this war. Let me see Zelensky." Zelensky comes in. Zelensky's like, "No, I'm not going to stop the war," and he runs to the UK, and they're like, "Yeah, we'll back you if they're not going to back you." So it was exposed. Everybody whined and said, "You said you would stop it the first day." Well, I can't stop it if you have, the president of Ukraine saying that he's going to continue the war. He's not going to deal. And I'm a man that likes to deal. And if they're not going to deal, then we're going to move forward. And we're going to cut off aid. So that's what Trump has done. He's cut off aid to Ukraine. NATO, the other NATO members, they don't have enough to keep this war going. And as we're talking, Russia is steamrolling over Ukraine, just decimating their military, which I think they're going to continue to do. And eventually, just like Putin said, Ukraine is part of Russian history, and we will have Ukraine. So I'm like, yeah, you're going to do that. What are your thoughts on that little deception? I think that's going on. People think that Trump is not supporting Ukraine. We even Congress that wasn't going to vote on the big beautiful bill because there wasn't enough money in it for Ukraine. So it's sickening to me. What are your thoughts?
Well, it's the whole operation, the whole going back to the July 16th, 2018 soccer ball. That's going back to history first. People need to know a little of that history. It's the old school tactic of divide and conquer, right? It was part of their strategic plan to divide up all these nations. Who gave them the right? Who gave all these people, and of course, a lot of them are dead and gone now, but who gave them the right to go in there and divide up the Soviet Union? So there's that straight up, and it's the old divide and conquer. And then they say, well, you can be this kind of nation with this kind of government. You can be this and that. So they all set this up, all the swamp. So a lot of people need to go back to that. And then, it's hard to really talk about it without, using Reagan and Bush too, because, but then you kind of have to. President Trump's been real delicate around that with President Reagan because he did like him. But it shows really the lobbyists and all the people back here. I tell people all the time, the ones that have the guns on you back here, until you are in that position as a senator, congressman, representative, whatever you are, until you are in that position, you don't really know what you would do. And a lot of these people thought they could get in. And it would be one or two here and there that had the strong voices, and then they would get quelled really quick, and then the swamp just kept going. So, when you look back at 89, you look at the Cold War, you look at all the things that have led up to now. I remind people, Putin was not president from 2008 to 2012. He was prime minister, so he still knew some things and knew he could have known all, but he wasn't president. That's when Obama and Hillary and Biden, they were really making a lot of their moves during that time period. And so, there was a new date put on this war because when President Trump does solve all this, everybody from 2021 back are not going to be able to claim that they were a part of this. So, the war really started in 2014. You could make a case before that. But it really started on history books in 2014. All right, there's your date right there. There's your 4 executive orders with Obama starting in March, 3 of them in March and 1 in October of 2014. They only had 1 of 2 rounds in 2014 for voting. That's when Obama called him 3 days later and congratulated him and all that. Also, 2014 was when Victoria Nuland, who was working for the Obama administration, she's the one that got caught, verified on tape, even though it was audio, it was verified via official White House documentation that it was her saying F-U-C-K, the European Union, which that would be like me cussing you. You're supposed to be my brother, right? That ain't what they wanted her to be saying on a phone call. So there was a lot of tie-ins. Biden at that time, real Biden, made 7 trips in 7 months to Ukraine on your taxpayer dollar. And so all this stuff, Mitt Romney, his child was working there, John Kerry, Nancy Pelosi, and then we know Biden and Hunter. So all the swamp, they were licking their chops. In 2004, there's The Hill or The Guardian, one of those put out that you can click on, and the Department of Defense was the one funding the biolabs. In my documents, I managed to get it before they deleted it off the actual U.S. Embassy page, which you'd have to believe, with today's technology and AI and all the things people could do. Some people wouldn't believe it because they didn't see it when it was timestamped on it and actual on the website. But I managed to get all those screenshot and timestamped. where we were funding. It showed how much money we were sending to those biolabs by our Department of Defense and the United States government. So, this was, and then it ties back into Uranium One, which President Trump said was the greatest scandal of all time, which it really is, $145 million deal. And so all this ties in. And I do believe that Putin was already, I either believe he was already in special operations with it because of the kind of person he's known to be and already was before 2008, or he could have capitulated in another kind of manner, going, yep, I didn't realize what was going on, or maybe he did, but he wasn't a direct part of it and no crimes against humanity on him. And he took a deal, which that could be the soccer ball, the complete version of it, depending on which one it was. But that was still the visual anyway of, yep, let's just go with the words what NATO called him, the NATO chief, call him Daddy Trump. Say, yep, you whatever you say, because it would have been the military back here with President Trump. See, that's what people don't see in these meetings, or who the ones who are really in the room, not the stuff they show you on TV. That's how President Trump was able to do this to the whole world. The Queen, North Korea, China, Modi in India, all these people, Saudi Arabia. Putin, but let's say that he had some bite out of that uranium deal, but it still wasn't something crazy significant. What President Trump, it's just an idea. I tell people to think outside the box, but this is what a special operation would kind of look like. He could say, all right, you were doing this and you were doing this. So what you're going to do is you're going to go into Ukraine. You're going to take out these biolabs, but the media is going to smear you. That will be your part of the deal, is that you have to take the smear on what's going to take place to you. And then on the flip side, when it's all said and done, here's what it will look like. And here's how we will all come together. And then, as we move into the future. So that's just an idea for people. But that soccer ball was clear, and what brings it all in is when you do the timeline. So 2014, all that stuff we just mentioned. 2018 was a soccer ball. Shortly after that, in October, President Trump announced that we were leaving the Intermediate Range Nuclear Forces Treaty. All right. So that actually sounds scary to some people if you go read it, but it's not. It actually promotes the polar opposite. It's called a MAD doctrine, mutually assured destruction. All right. So it would be to where, okay, you won't react if someone's until someone bombs you, right? You won't do it to them first. It will be more like a self-defense mode if that was going to happen. But because you have nuclear power and they might have nuclear power, it'll come to a standoff, in which results in basically nuclear peace when you go read that. All right. So that was 2018. And so when you go to 2022, when the new declared war took place, it was Victoria Nuland all throughout 2021. See, all these people from the past, they brought into the quote unquote Biden administration. All right. Showing that cohesiveness of the swamp. All right. So Victoria Nuland was the undersecretary for quote unquote Biden. All right. And all throughout 2021, even on the press, Psaki and all that, there's no nuclear weapons. That's a conspiracy theory, and no biolabs and all this other stuff. It's a conspiracy theory. They're making this stuff up. Tulsi Gabbard, this was when she was making a name as a Democrat, but swapping over. Tulsi Gabbard, Mitt Romney called her a conspiracy theorist, and it was all false. All right. And so the same week, Victoria Nuland's under oath, under congressional oath. And it was Marco Rubio, who also President Trump annihilated on the 2016 campaign trail. Annihilated him too. So Marco Rubio was asking her, are there biolabs in Ukraine? And after all throughout 2021 of no, there aren't, and that's a conspiracy and all that, under oath, she goes, yes, but we were afraid the Russians are going to get them. And it's like, oh, they got them all right. That soccer ball got them. And so what ties that all in and makes this so awesome was when you do the optic of the soccer ball. So Zelensky wanted to run an ad for the FIFA World Cup, and the FIFA World Cup said, no bueno, not happening. All right, so there's that. But also the bigger key with the soccer ball is there was one nation who didn't play in the FIFA World Cup. It was Russia. All right. So it shows the sacrifice that they had to take and make. And that would have been part of that deal. You know, I know that's not, some people think football, really, but yeah, football, soccer in those regions is their life outside of the rest of their life. And that would have been a big deal. And it also shows what their men were also signing up and tasked to do as well.
Wow, what incredible insight! Yeah, I knew all those different things, but I didn't put them all together. Well, they knew that was coming from way back, and like you said,
Way back.
I've seen these guys make these deals. You know, when I was in the CIA, when I was in, you know, special protective details and all kind of crazy stuff, I would hear these guys talk, you know, and like, wow, these guys are like they have gamed this out so far out. It's just incredible. But yeah, that's a great example of it. Now, we're seeing the collapse of their money. So by Trump sealing the border, of course, you don't have the drugs and of course, the human trafficking, which makes them far more money, the child trafficking and so forth. You know, 300,000 children that are missing. Come on, Democrat Party. So that you're the party of, you know, child. We're not going to go there, but anyway. So we're seeing USAID exposed, destroyed. We're seeing Act Blue disclosed, being destroyed as we're speaking. Tammy Bruce with the State Department. When I traveled overseas, I traveled undercover of the State Department, so I understand the things that happen within the State Department. The CIA is pretty much puppeting the State Department for a great extent, but it seems like with Marco Rubio and now with Tammy Bruce, that has stopped. She disclosed that 90% of aid that goes to foreign countries is they don't know where it went. So from now on, they're going to start to really crack down on that. So imagine all these money pots that are drying up. This is going to destroy them on a fast pace. What are your thoughts?
Well, my dad always has a saying that money talks and bullshit walks, you know? And so, you know, President Trump from the get-go, and I try to still, again, remind people that, you know, 45-47, that's the whole operation, the whole thing. You can't ever separate it. So you got to go back to what he was saying in 2016, especially on the campaign trail, but also in 2017 when he really, you know, was at the visual helm of the presidency. His first thing was follow the money. Follow the money. He kept repeating that. All right. And so you and I both know, and anybody with any kind of collective mind on any kind of operations, whether it be military and or just regular economics, you know, if you don't have money, can't operate. But, you know, if you're a bad person operating with dirty money, as we know, then when your dirty money disappears and you have no money, but especially if you're like like a figure to the public out there, what are you going to do? You're going to retaliate, and that could be verbal or physical, and or both. So everybody's seen that. So that's why I always tell people, well, if you're a good person from the start, you don't have anything to worry about. And so all these people are showing their colors, and that's why they'll say things about President Trump along the way. But what people need to know is that as President Trump, especially when he gives them a nickname or he focuses in on them, like, I wish I'm going to wait till the time I can actually say this, but he said something one day to us, and I was like, I had chills instant. But he was basically saying that he reiterated basically, I know everything on everybody. And one day I'll wait and do it on your show. That way we can circle back one day when I want President Trump to know I don't go around saying everything he says. You know, certain things are private at the moment, but it gave me chills because I was like, and I mean, I already knew it, but just hearing it in a private setting, I mean, I was just like, I looked over at Siggy and I'm like, like that was like, but it was another form of basically saying, I know everything, I have everything. And so, it's, and that's the other key thing too, correlating that, it's like he knew long before he went down that escalator, right? He knew what this was going to look like, this was going to look like, and the end's going to look like. And so, that's the key thing for people to hold on to. But yeah, I mean, it's the takedown of the money trails. And we've had, this is another thing that it's hard to, it's not hard to separate, but it's hard to get people to see. But there's been drug trafficking busts before, sure, but they didn't put a full-fledged joint partners. We're going to wipe this out in massive droves and go after their full rings and their full operations. So yeah, under Obama and every other president, you'd see a headline here and there that, drug trafficking was busted here, or this ship was going here, but President Trump established a full-on war on April the 1st, and I think he did that strategically on April the 1st, 2020, being April Fool's Day, being like, no, this ain't no joke. But Southern Command, 22 joint partners, they launched a full-out war on trafficking, and they have been annihilating them. I mean, it's been all you got to do is spend time on coastguard.mil and a few other sites out there. And I mean, they've been just knocking them out all over the world. And our Coast Guard is all over the world more than they are on our coast, with the Navy and Royal Navy and all the other different Saudi Arabia, different navies. And they have been knocking them out left and right. So, and of course, you and I both know that drug trafficking does fund a lot of the other trafficking. It's all connected. It's interwebs. And so President Trump was the first to establish the Subterranean Warfare Strategic Tactics publications. We've always had tunnel rats, and I know you've known them your whole life, and Colonel Sellers, different people, but there's a full-fledged strategic operation that was geared around, taking out these bunkers and taking out the underground facilities, and those all tie in as well to trafficking. So it's just been it's a world takedown, man. It's like, I don't know. Again, it's hard to describe.
Yeah, definitely. And the underground systems are they're real. We saw like 3 of them hit, I believe, in Iran, and then right across the border where we used to deal with terrorists that would come across the border in those same locations in Afghanistan and in Pakistan where we used to deal with terrorists. There were other 10K, that seems to be the level that a lot of the DUMs around the world were, earthquakes at that level too. But the earthquakes are different. They're not like, those ringing earthquakes that you get. It's like a sharp wham, and then it's just an energy that goes out from that shock wave. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff that's going on underground too. The war, it's pretty secretive, what's being taken down on the surface. Underground, it's not secret at all. Those guys are really doing some amazing jobs, from what I've heard, and it's pretty dramatic down there. All right, so getting close to an hour. Any last words, and give us some insights, how people can reach you, your 3 books, and so forth.
Well, I mean, I just tell people to just hang on. I mean, it's a journey, not a destination. And it's all going to have a silver lining, I do believe, from that standpoint, because there will be justice. People will see it when the time is right. I just think President Trump, what they're doing on the bigger levels is one, the financial system that had to be reset, the trade, the world trade, the tariffs, making sure all other nations are operating on their own as well. I mean, the Indo-Pacific Agreement 2019 specifies that all nations will be sovereign on their own, not dependent on others. There will be reciprocal trade, as President Trump titled it, which will be fair for both. And then, like you said, and he, not all tariffs are bad either. I mean, there's certain things that can balance out depending on what it is and how much they have of it. So sometimes a tariff's not a bad thing either. But there's a way to balance it out. You say, okay, if you put a 40% on us, we'll put a 20% here on you on this, and it'll balance out. So all that's having to take place outside of your military. So you have your economic that's taking place. All the nations that dump the dollar, That's a good sign, showing you that, okay, that's being reset. That's another thing that the deep state did. They'd print more money. They never would account for ours. I mean, you got to pull out a dollar bill and look at it, ladies and gentlemen. It's got two numbers on there that are key to what? Accounting. And we never accounted for all this stuff. So what did the deep state do when they couldn't account for it? They just printed more money, and then they taxed you for it. All those things had to be sorted out. The gold, Fort Knox, all the jokes about Fort Knox and the gold. Now you have the gold-backed digital separate from central banks. So you had all those things taking place. So, my thing is like getting the discipline, the structure back, the transparency, the honesty, the responsibility with everybody. President Trump's approval rating, 62%. It's the highest any president ever. All right. But when we get that, maybe around 75, 80%, I think that's when they bring in the justice. Maybe. I could be wrong. But, the more people that you have that are seeing all the corruption in every aspect of what they have been living under in the past, everybody sitting here walking, living, breathing has lived under that corruption. There'd be no one here that would be worthy of listening if they were born in 2015. So let's be honest. Everybody here lived in some form of the deep state system. So when all these people that are your friends and family who are negative or Debbie Downers or just can't see it or whatever it is, when they start seeing the light and they start seeing the corruption, when they start demanding justice, then it's like President Trump said, we're going to win so much, you're going to get tired of winning. Well, when you get majority of your opposite actually going, I want to see justice, then that's how we have a true fundamental reset, and we can also move forward in the future and it not be this dog eat dog that we've all been accustomed to, and it shouldn't look like that. So many people need to focus on that aspect, not so much of Democrat versus Republican still. And so even though you do have to focus on some of them, but there's a lot of Republicans who are bad too. So other than that, I mean, it's still laws show we're in a continuity government, a partial. And until that is completely revoked, when you see that, it will happen. And when that happens, then you'll be able to see a lot more visuals around to see that, wow, the golden age, as President Trump calls it. Tonight, I highly recommend his speech tonight. He's been saying for 2 and 3 years, Memorial Day 2025, July 3rd, the World Fair, and July the 4th were big markers. So I highly recommend listening to his speech tonight. I have a friend that's front row tonight in Iowa. So, I highly recommend that. There's probably going to be the comms dropped in there. I'll be listening. And if I hear him say anything that sounds like it gets, lost in the shuffle, then I'll pick it out and tie it in where it is with the law, depending on what he says. Tomorrow's going to be a big day. He had said July 4th leading up to the year before. So the 250th is next year. So he said this July leading up to the year. So there's going to be some stuff there. So yeah, my books are on rattletrap1776.com. If you want them signed by me, if you're international and or like if you have a birthday or you need it quick, sometimes we're not, we don't have inventory on hand. I have to order every so often. Then the best way to do it is Amazon. Amazon's been cleaned out, by the way. President Trump has a store on Amazon now. So Bezos was one of those that was affected by Executive Order 13959 with a nice mercy, still going. But Amazon's been cleaned out, so they are safe. President Trump hammered them. So either way is fine with me. That's the way you can get it.
Wow, Derek, fantastic show. And thanks for coming on. 4th of July is tomorrow. I was just kind of down in my town running some errands here in North Lake Tahoe. Everybody's out there having a great time. Families are out there. So enjoy your 4th of July weekend. Get some good food, and we're going to see some good things coming in the future. Thanks a lot, sir. Thank you.
Definitely so. Happy 4th to you, and can't believe you told me you're in Tahoe. I love that place. I'm jealous. But anyway, happy 4th.
The north side in the I'm in the Nevada side. So California, Nevada, good.
Yeah, I know. I've been all through there, man. That is so. Yeah.
Yep.
Very, very close to the end game for the Zionists. And they are right now very desperate and dangerous cornered rats. What's happening is that the BRICS alliance, which is like 85% of humanity, is asking that the Khazarian mafia or the uh, Chabad death cult and the people who own the central banks uh, pay with real stuff. And they have run out of gold, they've run out of silver, they've run out of oil. They're basically bankrupt, and they're going to lose control of their magic money machine. And when that happens, they lose power. So what we're seeing now is some very, very desperate attempts to start World War III. So, for example, in this clip, you can watch the blackmailed pedophile president of France and Prime Minister of UK basically sign a declaration of war against Russia. This declaration of war is just one thing they're doing. They illegally seized a Russian oil tanker, which is also an attempt to try to provoke World War III. And they attacked the Russian nuclear headquarters, the so-called President Putin's residence. And this is all designed in a desperate attempt to start World War III. And the reason why they're doing this is because they know that if they do not succeed in starting World War III, they're going to face war crimes charges. Is a sign of why, one of the signs of why they don't want Ukraine peace, because it would lead to war crimes tribunals. Just one thing about this video, though, they try to pin the blame on China, and for sure, but this is run out of Israel. It's not, and Ukraine. It's not run out of China. But watch this clip to see what I mean.
Okay, the system is run through China, Israel, Ukraine, and us now. We didn't used to be as big a part, I think. But anyway, it's like you harvest the organs, and then you got to get rid of the rest. And that's what I think they are doing. It really just says Soylent Green in a different form. And anybody thinks this is just made up. We have videos, for example, in Ukraine of they call them the Chorny Transplantologia. I can barely say that. I don't speak Russian. I just read it. But anyway, it's the black transplantologists. And they stumbled onto these things. I know Putin knows about this. The Russian army knows about this. They underground harvesting areas. But I'm going to tell you about I can prove about the kidneys and stuff like that. So you've got, he's worth almost $1 million, by the time, and you sell it, you're going to get more than $1 million for that, because that price gets way bumped up. He's getting nothing, but in this case, but if you yourself want to sell your kidney to the black market, you sell it and then they mark it up 10 times. They were just there for that reason. So, and they were live harvesting the Uyghurs, the Christians, and the Falun Gong in China.
Yeah. So, this is not all. The attempt to start World War III and get Russia to invade is just part of it. And by the way, I would like to recommend to the Russian military that they actually do move into Germany and France and arrest the Rothschild criminals there, because the U.S. military will not fight to protect them, and they will not allow this to be an excuse to trigger all-out nuclear war. So please go ahead and arrest Brigitte Macron, aka Jean-Michel de Rothschild, and all those other people. And also, please go into Switzerland and cut off the head of the beast. I make the same recommendation to U.S. Special Forces. Now, the other thing we need to talk about, of course, is the fake Donald Trump operating out of Mar-a-Lago. This imposter is openly corrupt, and they are now they're trying to start a civil war in the United States. They're trying to make this man an absolute dictator, because if they do not, they know that they're headed themselves for war crimes tribunals. So, as an example, what they do, first of all, okay, now here's an example of what they're doing. So they're actually deploying Israeli death squads in the United States right now. They're pretending that they're ICE agents deporting illegal immigrants, but they're not. They're going after anybody who is influential and against Israel. And this shooting in Minneapolis, which it should be all over the news, but anyway, so they shot an unarmed woman without any real excuse. They they murdered a dissident in public. They refused to let doctors come and help her. And then you have this Christy Noam, the head of the Israeli-based Homeland Security Department, saying that this is what they were trained to do.
I say that he doesn't know what he's talking about. It's very clear that this individual was harassing and impeding law enforcement operations. Our officer followed his training, did exactly what he's been taught to do in that situation, and took actions to defend himself and defend his fellow law enforcement officers.
Secretary, can you expand too on the agent's injuries? The president said that he's lucky to be alive.
The officer was hit by the vehicle. She hit him. He has been released, but he's going to spend some time with his family.
Okay, so you have foreign troops to try to impose a dictatorship on the American people. If you see any of these ICE agents, politely ask them to show their ID. If they refuse, walk away, call the police, call the National Guard, and tell them that there are foreign mercenaries and operating in the United States, and tell them where to go. We need to shoot these people down. And I have heard from my U.S. Space Force sources that they are going to go after the fake Trump and that whole sort of fake studio pretending to be a U.S. government in Mar-a-Lago and shut it down. And they really need to do that, because otherwise the United States is going to go to hell in a handcart. And the U.S. military, too, has been presented evidence that there is a group trying to start World War III. This clip here from Russia tells you exactly what you need to know.
Добрый день, Кевин. Я начальник Главного разведного управления Генерального штаба Вооруженных сил Российской Федерации адмирал Костюков. Я пригласил вас по важному вопросу, хотим вас проинформировать. Мы нашли обломки беспилотных летательных аппаратов, осуществлявших данную атаку. В ряде этих беспилотных летательных аппаратов хорошо сохранились навигационные системы, они являются технически исправными. Расшифровка, произведенная специалистами спецслужб Российской Федерации, контента памяти навигационных контроллеров данных беспилотных летательных аппаратов безапелляционно точно подтвердила, что целью атаки был комплекс зданий резиденции президента Российской Федерации в Новгородской области. Мы хотим вам передать контроллер, и описание этого контроллера сделано нашими специалистами. Полагаем, что данный шаг позволит снять все вопросы и будет способствовать установлению истины.
So the U.S. military have been provided with proof that there are people trying to start all-out nuclear war, and that they're operating out of Ukraine and the United States and Israel. And that means the military needs to take action against these people. A couple of more clips I want to show you. One is the mayor of Minneapolis explaining, denouncing the death squad. So this is real. It's not fake. They really are trying to impose a totalitarian dictatorship run by members of a single clan.
They are not here to cause safety in this city. What they are doing is not to provide safety in America. What they are doing is causing chaos and distrust. They're ripping families apart. They're sowing chaos on our streets. So they are already trying to spin this as an action of self-defense. Having seen the video of myself, I want to tell everybody directly, that is bullshit. This was an agent recklessly using power.
And your target is Chabad. Any Chabad facility is a legitimate military target, and they say it openly in their writings. This is the head of the snake, as well as Switzerland. We need to go after them. Now, I'm sure that the human race will overcome these people. They're not going to win. And take a look at the protests in France, for example. Completely shut down Paris, and I think the French people are going to go in and grab Jean-Michel de Rothschild, a.k.a. Brigitte Macron, and shut down that whole regime. Remember, they don't even have French bodyguards because they don't trust the French people, and they're supposed to be the president of France and his wife. So they need to go ASAP. Same with Keir Starmer. Same with Friedrich in Germany, and the fake Trump and Mar-a-Lago. They all need to go. And as far as Mark Carney in Canada is concerned, I would like to personally ask him to confess to the Canadian people what blackmail material they have on him from Epstein Island and ask for their forgiveness. Otherwise, he has to go too. Although he's a competent man, he's a blackmailed pedophile, and as such, unless he confesses, he has to go. This is very important because otherwise, and this will be forever. And I noticed the Canadian farmers and truckers are on the case too, as you can see from this photo. So we all need to take action. We need to finish these people off. And I call upon the military and intelligence agencies to help remove this satanic filth from our planet. Thank you very much. That's what I have to say for myself today. Now, I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Evan, we have our first question for today. Do you have any current information regarding the whereabouts and condition of the real Trump?
Before, my space agency source would confirm that Trump had been spotted at either the Thule Air Base. I know it's got a new name, Pacific or something. I can't pronounce it. Or they spotted him at Cheyenne Mountain. But unfortunately, I have not been able to confirm his whereabouts for the past 6 months. So right now, he is missing in action. I hope he's okay, but I haven't been able to confirm where he is. And so I think the U.S. military white hats need to make contingency plans. Next question.
Hi, Ben. As a Canadian myself, what is your take on the 51st state or the Albertans or West Can who want to separate from Canada and then maybe join the USA? What about Quebec and Greenland, and why Alberta is promoting digital ID? What could North America look like in 10 years from now, in your opinion?
Well, what we don't want is for the United States to take over Canada, because the United States is a dystopian nightmare. But I have proposed that Canada take over the United States and restore democracy and rule by the people and good government, which is what Canada is supposed to stand for. But I'm not in favor of that fake Trump, turning Canada into part of their Khazarian dictatorship. So my view is that Canada needs to move into the United States and clean out the filth and liberate the people there. And as far as Quebec is concerned, le Québec serait toujours français. They will always be French. Greenland can choose for itself. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Looking forward to your comments on the Venezuelan raid. It appears to be good news for the deep state to take over all of these oil fields. However, will it actually benefit the real Trump in the long run? Thank you for any insight you can provide on this.
Well, the English media in the blogosphere, which is under the most severe censorship I've ever seen, is making it look like they've taken over Venezuela. But if I read Spanish language reporting from the region, it's very clear that kidnapping a president is not the same as taking over a country, and the Venezuelan people are not going to hand over their oil to Zionist gangsters. That's my understanding. And the other thing is that there are reports that Chavez made a deal, in exchange for protection, but that doesn't mean the Venezuelan people are going to allow this takeover. It's not going to happen. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Are you saying that possibly the White Hats took out that bar in Switzerland to kill one top-level WEF head, dozens, and injured countless more innocent people? I always thought the reason this takes so long is that the White Hats try so hard not to have excessive amounts of collateral damage. Is there any progress on that front? I don't understand why a professional hitman can't take care of these people one by one. The deep state do it all the time. If they wanted you gone, eventually you'd be gone.
Okay, first of all, what I said about the fire in Switzerland was wrong. It was speculation. What I found out from my military sources who contacted local police was that they had filled the place with foam that's very flammable. And as far as I know that there are people like Bill Gates and Larry Fink are being actively hunted, but I cannot provide any more details. When you see them lose control of the mega corporations and you see the end of the fake Trump show, then you'll know that this war is over. But for reasons of operational security, I can't tell you much more. But, they are being hunted, that's for sure. Next question.
Evan, we have our last question for today. Could you please elaborate some more on the EU happenings? We feel pretty much in the dark as to the developments there. Ursula was exposed by Viktor Orban about her her 4 billion euro theft through the company of her husband. This must release her from her royalties, I would hope. Nigel Farage has exposed Keith Starmer's many secret visits to immigration, almost proving the current absurd UK immigration policies. I hope Nigel can push this forward. Since MSN isn't reporting on any of this, I'm hoping you can shed some light.
They still control the mega corporations and places like Google and stuff, so a lot of what appears on our screens is still controlled by the bad guys, unfortunately. Although the fact that I'm able to carry out this broadcast is a sign that we do have white hats supporting us within the NSA that let us get the real truth out there. As far as the EU is concerned, they are bankrupt. They're about to make they have payments that are due that they won't be able to make, and most of the top former officials have been arrested. So the military police and the police are on the case, but they don't control the media, which is why we're not hearing about it. But yeah, a lot of senior people have been arrested, and the dragnet is closing on Ursula von der Leyen and all those people. But until you see them off your screens, the battle is not over, because these are very rich, very powerful people, and they have a lot of armed guards. So it's not going to be an easy fight, but humanity will prevail. We'll end this satanic nightmare. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself today, and I hope to see you again next week.
Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. So the Democrat Party tried to start another civil war, another one, all right? And I'm going to take you all the way back to the Revolutionary War, because it's the same mentality, the same group that keeps doing this over and over and over again until we learn our lesson and overcome it. All right, so let's start out with the burning of Atlanta, just so we get in the right frame of mind here.
Haven't left much for the Yankees to take. We'll have to make a dash for it before the fire reaches that ammunition.
Not going to be much left for the Yankees to take. All right, so who set the fire? Was it the Union? Of course not. It was the Confederacy, the Democrats. Basically, they wanted to destroy Atlanta so that the Union couldn't have it. The same thing happened all the way up as Sherman's army marched through the South. I grew up in Columbia, South Carolina, and the story was that they had laid out hose for water mains and so forth to fight fires in case, because there had been some shelling that had been going on of the State House. In the State House there in South Carolina, you can see where they had cannonballs hit, because they made these X's where the cannonballs hit the State House. I remember that as a little boy growing up. But the story was that the firefighters had laid out hoses to fight fires, and the fires grew in Columbia and burned most of Columbia down as well. And why? Because the Confederate Army came through and bayoneted all of the hoses so that the fires could not be put out. All right. So this is the same mentality we're seeing right now in Minneapolis. All right. So the Democrats would rather burn it to the ground than giving it up. Right. And this is what we're seeing right now. We're going to see this again in the big cities. I've said this for years, get out of the big cities. So it's coming. So You can stay if you want, but in some of these locales, you're going to see this, just like we saw it with the George Floyd riots, guys. It's not going to stop until these criminal Democrats are basically driven from office or held accountable, put behind bars for the rest of their lives and our lives, and are executed. Right. So we're going to have to do this time. Right. All the way from Revolutionary War, Civil War to now. Right. And all in between. All right. So all in between. I'm going to talk about all this in this show, how these Democrats have been basically destroying our country over and over and over and over again. And they've been given a pass. All right. This time we cannot let them survive this. Right. Are you tired of it? I'm tired of it. I've lived lifetimes through this, trying to fix this shit. Right. So let's look at the American Civil War. Why was it caused? All right. The American Civil War, and a lot of people have different opinions about this, but was primarily caused by longstanding tensions over slavery, economic differences between the North and South, and disputes over states' rights versus federal authority, blah, blah, blah. So we're seeing the same thing play out again, like you saw there in Gone with the Wind. There was women, children, blacks, whites, it didn't matter. Everybody's affected by the Democrats, guys. Everybody. Negatively. Always. Always. All right. So let's go deeper. How the Nazis were inspired by Jim Crow. Jim Crow. What is that? Jim Crow laws in the South after the Civil War. Why? Because blacks mostly went with the Republican Party. Hello, the Republican Party saved them from the South. So they started the KKK and they started Jim Crow laws in the South to suppress the blacks. All right. They couldn't get votes from them. The Republicans are getting votes from them. Sound familiar? Right. So, it's something, and that's why they bring in the immigrants. Legal immigrants, right? Because a lot of blacks are waking up. They were basically forced into the Democrat Party for the most part. You vote Democrat or we're hanging from the trees, right? So that was the KKK, and that's what they got. It's crazy. So the Nazis, they like the Democrat. They like the Democrat attitude about blacks. Right. And they used it against Jews. Crazy, right? Hello. I've been talking about this for decades. Right. So does it matter? I guess not. All right. I'm not the only one that's been trying to bring this to everybody's attention for hundreds of years, I guess. So come on. We're gonna fix this, or we're gonna continue to repeat it. Right. It's like the person that, has the wife beater, right? So she gets beat by her husbands, and she can't figure out why she keeps getting these husbands that beat her. And everybody's like, well, duh, you keep choosing the same type of guy, right? But she doesn't get it. She keeps getting the same guy over and over again, right? It's like the Democrat Party. We're getting the same beating over and over and over again. We need to figure it out. It's disgusting. In 1935, Nazi Germany passed two radically discriminatory pieces of legislation inspired by American laws. So you know how the Democrats are always like the Republicans and right-wingers are the Nazis? Negative. The Democrats are. All right. The Reich Citizenship Law and the Law for the Protection of German Blood and German Honor. Together, these were known as the Nuremberg Laws, and they laid the legal groundwork for the persecution of Jewish people during the Holocaust and World War II. when the Nazis set out to legally disenfranchise and discriminate against Jewish citizens, they weren't just coming up with ideas out of thin air. They closely studied the laws of another country, according to James Q. Whitman, author of Hitler's American Model. That country was the United States, and of course, that was the Democrat Party. And of course, the Jim Crow laws of the South. All right. So in particular, Nazis admired the Jim Crow era laws that discriminated against Black Americans and segregated them from white Americans. And they debated whether to introduce similar segregation in Germany. Right. One of the most striking Nazi views was that Jim Crow was a suitable racist program in the United States because American Blacks were already oppressed and poor. Wow. So, like I said, I've been saying this for a long time. I know a lot of other people have been saying this. Some people just don't get it. They want to be in denial, right? We can no longer be in denial, or we're going to continue to live this bullshit from these disgusting criminals, these Democrat criminals, right? All right. Jim Crow laws were state and local laws enacted in the Southern Democrat United States from the late 19th century until the 1960s that enforced racial segregation. They couldn't control them anymore because the North had won. All right. And there was a lot of people that, were part of that within the administration of Abraham Lincoln. So his protected detail, which would eventually be, the guys that protect the presidents, like we just saw just recently with JFK, and also with our Trump. So these guys have been corrupt for a long time. So it's said that his protected detail, he told them to take the night off. Yeah. Bullshit. All right. So we're going to see, how these guys are basically, destroying America. We're already seeing it right now in Minneapolis. All right. We saw it during the George Floyd riots, and we're going to see it again. We're going to see it again because we haven't learned. We haven't stopped them out. We haven't taken them out of. I said the Democrat Party is going to go away, but I guess it's going to be extreme until that happens. So these laws mandated, Jim Crow laws mandated separate facilities for whites and blacks, leading to significant social and economic disadvantages for the Black community. All right, so now the Democrats are the champions of illegal immigrants, that cause massive problems. And why don't they just convince the rest of the public that, hey, vote for us? They can't. And because we're getting wise to their, mail-in ballot fraud. Some places like New Jersey, where there was massive mail-in ballots, again, they elected another Democrat, where the Republican was a favorite. How? Imagine that, right? So, and now we're seeing the governor there, Murphy, they're getting ready to, because the Democrats did anti-ICE. They're trying to pass anti-ICE laws in New Jersey. And it looks like the outgoing governor, Murphy, is going to sign off on those guys. Again, the Democrats, we can't get rid of them, can we? We better. We better. They're destroying America. They're destroying America. All right. Many blacks turned Republican after the Civil War. Many African Americans aligned with the Republican Party, which supported their rights and freedoms. The Ku Klux Klan, which was devised and created to counter Republican blacks emerged as a violent group aiming to suppress black voters and intimidate those who supported Republican policies, leading to widespread voter suppression and violence in the South. So again, the Democrats weren't going to win because they had the blacks were turning to Republicans because that's who gave them, freedom and voting rights and so forth. Of course, the Democrats, almost to a man, voted, because there was no women back then, voted against, civil rights for blacks. They did the same thing with suffrage. That was the voting rights for women. Blacks got voting rights before women in America. And who suppressed that? Who didn't support that? Democrats. But yet we see all of these crazy middle-aged white women that are just doing bonkers for the Democrat Party. Their minds are enslaved. They're enslaved to the Democrat Party, doing stupid, right? So I don't know how it happens, guys, but we got to clean it up. New York, hotbed for all of this. Democrat stupidity, of course. One notable Nazi rally. Yes, I said Nazi. Nazis. Remember? Hitler loved the Democrats because they came up with the Jim Crow laws, and he copied the suppression of the Jews and the extermination of the Jews, because that's what the Democrat Party does to blacks, right? So February 20th, 1939 at Madison Square Garden, organized by the German-American Bund, there were 20,000 attendees celebrated Nazi ideology in New York, right? So I'm going to go back to New York over and over again, just like Minneapolis, for extreme stupidity, right? And it's almost always ruled all the way back to Revolutionary War by people that do extreme stupidity, right? So I want to show that one, right? So let's look at this other window, all right? Here we go. All right. Now look, images. This is Madison Square Garden filled with Nazis in the streets, right? 1939. I mean, who would support this bullshit, right? Only the Democrats, right? So it's one of those extreme things that we, like I said, we have to look at. We have to understand that we have a party here, the Democrat Party, and I don't know how this is going to go because, a lot of people are brainwashed by the Democrat Party and believe the Democrat Party is just another party, right? No, it is evil, period, right? So I will persist, and I'm not screaming it. I'm just showing you the evidence. Patriots and loyalists in the American Revolution. During the American Revolutionary War, patriots in New York actively opposed loyalists. Loyalist. You're like, that sounds like a very positive name. Who are they? Oh, so many people don't know. The loyalists were on the side of the British, right? So we fought that war against loyalist American citizens and the British, right? Who were trying to tax the hell out of us like Democrats do. Very, very same bullshit, guys. We have the same bullshit all the way from the Revolutionary War with the Democrat Party. That same mindset all the way down. All right, this conflict often led to violence and intimidation as patriots aimed to suppress loyalist activities and maintain control over their communities. 1775, patriots established committees of observation to monitor and suppress loyalist activities. They weren't successful because New York would burn, New York City, that is, I think the Patriots burned them, right? So, and then of course, New York, the British came into New York and they ran, the Patriots out of there because they had help with from the Loyalists, and the Loyalists were probably giving up a lot of information and so forth. There's been this thing for a long time. So Loyalist against Patriots. So I consider myself a patriot. I don't know. The Patriots back then were called terrorists, but now we see the tables have flipped because now we have the Democrats are the terrorists in our cities. Now the terrorists aren't in the rest of America. You look at any map, the counties of America, they're red. They're basically patriots, all right, throughout all of America, except for these Democrat-run cities. And we're going to get into the Democrat-run cities. So the Patriots gained political power in New York City, in New York, not in New York City, all right? New York City, like I said, has always been a problem all the way back to the Revolutionary War. Because when the British ran the Patriots out of New York environs, New York City area, that's what it is today, all the forts and everything were conquered. They ran them out. And then it was the Loyalists. The Loyalists, they were there in New York City. They stayed in New York City. All right. So I hope you guys are getting history here. I'm making it as simple as I can. All right. I could go deep into this. I've studied this for decades. Draft riot of 1863. So we'll bounce around a little bit here. So Civil War time frame. New York City, African Americans, again, in the Civil War. Ever heard of a thing called Wall Street? Where did Wall Street come from? Wall Street came from the draft riot of 1863 in New York City. New York City did trade with the Confederates. New York City did trade with the Confederates, and they didn't like to be told not to. And so there was a draft that came in. They resisted the draft, and they had a riot, and they built up a barrier, and they called it, and it was in the area called Wall Street. And the Union Army came in and busted that down and sent those guys packing. Some of them got buried. All right. So this is what we do with the Democrats over and over again. We let them get away with murder, pretty much, and destroying our country. And we allow it to continue over and over and over again and let them gain power like they have over most of our main cities. So New York City also had a significant role in supporting revolutionary movements that contributed to the fall of the Russian monarchy, particularly through its large immigrant communities, including many Russians. Where were they from? Ukraine, all right? Ukraine. So they were very politically active. These groups, along with figures like Leon Trotsky, engaged in socialist, like the Democrat Party now. They just, brought in Mamdani, who is a socialist in New York City. It doesn't end until we end it, guys. So it goes on to talk about the Russian Revolution. It was a lot of New Yorkers supported that with their money. A lot of New Yorkers. All right, so that's obviously a problem. It's obviously a problem. Leon Trotsky in New York City. Trotsky, who was a journalist, and a socialist, of course, came to New York City for at least, I think it was around 10 weeks. Yep, 10 weeks. And spent and headed back to Russia with a lot of money from New Yorkers, Ukrainian New Yorkers, because Leon Trotsky was also a Ukrainian. So he went back and he helped head up the Military Revolutionary Committee, which carried out the overthrow of the monarchy, all right, who, speaking of monarchies, who was the leading cause of the fall of the Shah? Democrat Jimmy Carter, all right? The Shah went for, Jimmy Carter was constantly bashing. I remember because I was around during that time frame. Jimmy Carter was constantly bashing the Shah. He left the country and they started the revolution, right? And they came in and took over our embassy. Our embassy was, the guys in the embassy were there. Somebody corrected me. I said it was 666 days, but it's actually 444, right? Reagan came in and basically told them, you don't let our people go, I'm going to come kick your ass, right? And that's what we see right now with President Trump. So we haven't had, since Reagan, a good president until now, right? And President Trump is destroying the deep state Democrat Party, right? He's destroying it. All right, so if you go to the East Village, I'll share the screen on this puppy, right? If you go to the East Village of New York City, you will see a monument to Soviet leader Stalin. Yes, the East Village Lenin statue is an 18-foot statue of Russian revolutionary Vladimir Lenin. Even in Russia, they do away with Lenin statues, right? So, yeah, there's problems. There's serious problems in these Democrat cities, serious problems, right? And it's got to get fixed. All right. Now, you guys might remember, if you've been around a little while like I have, Soul Train. Now, when I was a kid, I always watched Soul Train because I want to learn how to dance, right? Blacks, they know how to dance. And I remember I always danced at parties because I watched Soul Train and I learned how to dance, right? And I got their rhythm and I got a little bit of black in me. So I did the DNA test and yes, I'm a white guy, but I got some black in me. All right. So I would dance at parties and everybody would gather around and watch me dance, but I'm watching the masters, right, on Soul Train. Now, during our current time frame, I feel like we're kind of like jungle rules are going on right now. So I thought I would bring up this one song, a blast from the past, from Kool and the Gang. You guys might know where I'm going with this. Now, I think back then they were talking about something else, Jungle Boogie type, but we can kind of like move that around and say, yeah, right now we got some jungle rules going on. It's Jungle Boogie time, and we're gonna have to clam down, hammer down on these Democrats, guys. It's time. Their time is over, and I think their big blue cities are going to get destroyed. A lot of them, right? Just like we saw with the in Minneapolis. When CNN reporter was out front and says, yeah, there's some burning going on, but it's mostly peaceful demonstration. Right? So there's like flames and buildings are burning. Yeah, it's out of control. These Dems got to go, man. So, and I'm not talking about all Dems. I'm talking about the Dem leadership. All right, it's got to go. And when the Dem leadership is gone, then the people that they're I guess MK Ultraing or something with their mind bullshit stuff. They're going to like, oh, I can't believe I was doing that. What the hell? What the hell was I thinking? Right? Yeah, we try to wake you up. So welcome back to the real life, the real world, dude. Dudette. All right. So Motown, 60s Motown, when an independent Detroit, remember that? Detroit was one of the top cities in America at the time. Like, I don't know if it got number one, but it was definitely number two at one point. It was rocking. It was a fantastic city. They were building the best cars in the world there. It was an amazing city. So as a new decade dawned, an emerging black middle class had disposable income, to spend on records, some of which was refined, smooth, uptown music that record labels began to target. White people began to appreciate R&B and soul, like myself, a new expansive music that had grown out of it. And what do they do to it? What do they do to that beautiful Motown sound? They came in with rap, right? Rap created by the CIA so that they could, change the frequency of the music and cause the black community and some white community types to start to get violent so that they could fill up their jails, right? And make money. It's definitely one of the things that, I brought up for quite some time. And it's been recognized as a real thing. How about that? How decades of Democratic rule ruined some of our finest cities. Now, this is from 2016, so 10 years ago. 10 years ago. And it's not something random Mike came up with. This is from Investors Business Daily. All right. All right. So Detroit is a prime example of what happens to a city after decades of Democratic rule. Urban blight. A few days ago, so remember this is back in 2016, January, February, March timeframe, filmmaker Michael Moore tweeted, Flint has voted for Dems for 84 straight years and wanted to know, what did it get us? Of course, Flint had, and I don't know if they have fixed it yet, but they have a horrible water supply. All right, so Detroit last elected a Republican. Now remember, this is 10 years ago, so it's still screwed up. Last elected a Republican mayor in 1957. It is now the model of urban failure, right? So Jungle Boogie in Detroit, right? It's recognized more for its poverty, crime, rot, and bankruptcy than the great cars that it turned out into the early 1970s. It is the poorest big city in the nation, with almost 40% of the population living below the poverty line. I'm sure it's much higher now. Detroit is also a pit of political corruption. Just in recent years, one mayor, Kwame Kilpatrick, was convicted of corruption, sound familiar, and sent to federal prison for 28 years. Who needs to go to prison in a lot of these Democrat cities? A lot of people. Who? A lot of Democrats. While building inspectors have been indicted on federal felony bribery charges, and the former city council member was investigated in a bribery and kickback scandal. Chicago's last GOP mayor was elected in 1927. The nation's third largest city is home to some of the worst inner city violence imaginable. Still is, 10 years later. More than 2,300 people were shot there last year. Geez, what was it, this last year? Probably like 5,000, who knows? And nearly 400, well, I'll look it up. I brought it up before. It's a higher. And nearly 400 lost their lives to homicides. Its finances are just as grim. Chicago is so broke, IBD contributor Stephen Moore explained months ago, that its bonds are junk status. And Mayor Rahm Emanuel had to go hat in hand last week to the state capitol, right? So this is where Obama came from. St. Louis has been electing Democratic mayors since 1949. The gateway to the West has become the gateway for crime. Law Street says that it's the fourth most dangerous city in the country. Forbes says it's the second. It had the sixth highest poverty rate among big cities in 2014. The last GOP mayor for Philadelphia left office in 1952. A few years later, Moore identified it as a favorite to follow Detroit into bankruptcy, which it has. It is a shithole that's almost as bad as Detroit now. Both Baltimore and Oakland had Republican mayors as late as the 1960s, so they weren't as bad until more recently. and now they're complete disasters. In the era of democratic rule, both are now more well known for their crime and poverty problems than for their charm and character. Newark, New Jersey hasn't had a GOP mayor in more than a century. It was ranked as the 5th worst city to live in 2015. Detroit, of course, was first. So when Democrats are in control, cities tend to go soft on crime. Reward cronies with public funds. Sounds like things haven't changed, has it? Establish hostile business environments, like in California, where everything is collapsing. Everything is collapsing in California. Heavily tax the most productive citizens. Billionaires are leaving California in droves, and set up fat pensions for their union friends. Simply put, theirs is a blue state blueprint for disaster. Have we not learned yet? Shall we continue? Yes. All right. But before we do that, we have to look at other problems, right? So one of those problems, like I've been talking about for a long time, because when I was in the CIA, I remember being in Pakistan, and there was a gentleman that got in the car and said that the cricket games were rigged. And then a few days later, so cricket in Pakistan and most of the Middle East, where the British basically ruled with an iron fist for a long time, so they're driven out. So they love cricket, even though the Brits were, not so well admired. They still love their sports. All right. And cricket is the most boring game in the world, but a lot of people love it. Right. So 3 days later, after I heard that from one of our people that tells us things in CIA, right, they put out in the paper, in the news, that the cricket games were rigged. Did Pakistanis, riot or go into an uproar? They didn't care. They didn't care. Just like you guys that, go to the football games. You don't care. I've been saying for, at least a decade, that the games are rigged. And I showed you how the games are rigged. I've shown you over and over again. And I'm not going to show you anymore because I'm sick of it. All right. You need to wake up. U.S. Attorney David Metcalf told reporters former NCAA players and fixes charged over rigged basketball games, prosecutors say. And this is something that's going on worldwide. All right, so investigation in sprawling betting scheme to rig NCAA and Chinese Basketball Association games has ensnared 26 people. Geez, that's it. Get almost the whole teams and the coaches and everybody else. U.S. Attorney David Metcalf, like I said, the indictment says many others, including unnamed players, had a role in this game but weren't charged. The indictment is the latest gambling scandal to hit the sports world since 2018. U.S. Supreme Court unleashed a meteoric rise in legal sports betting. So it follows a federal takedown of illegal gambling operations linked to professional basketball. Various charges against 26 defendants, blah, 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 blah. All right. Payments to players typically range from $10,000 to $30,000 per game. I bet in football, they get paid a lot. All right. I bet they get paid a lot to rig those games. You ever look at those guys and say, how did you drop that ball? Wow. It was right in your hands, but you dropped it and your team lost. How about that? So, there's rigging. It's been going on for a long time. But sometimes we have to bring this stuff back up again. Right. So now other things, polar vortex coming. And now a lot of you talked about it yesterday. A lot of you had problems with your phones, Verizon. I think there's still some problems. I think it's from the sun. I don't think it's a conspiracy thing. I think the sun is really getting active and it's going to crank on our planet. Right. So let's watch a little bit of this.
January 14th, around 10:30 p.m. Mountain Time, 2025, 2026. Holy macaroni. Coronal hole 15 is about to face Earth, and that means geomagnetic storm is in the forecast for January 17th. We've also got major snow coming to the west and long-term lies being held by the media. 2025 was the third hottest year ever recorded, but it's actually the lowest recorded temperature on Earth for almost 400 million years.
400 million years. I've been saying this for a decade or more too, that we're in a global minimum that's going to get colder, yet they keep coming out with that BS that it's the hottest ever, right? And they take those temperatures in cities next to pavements and next to, air conditioning heater, coolers that are blowing, the hot air and stuff. And that's where they get their readings. So, I've pointed that out for a long time too. But, some people are going to find out the hard way.
How do you like them apples? Buckle up, Buttercup, and keep calm. It's boom time. La Nina is going to be exchanged with El Nino in just the next year as a polar vortex is taking hold. Michiganders better get ready for old-fashioned Michigan winter weather as, -0 temperatures are headed to the region. Below zero wind chills in the forecast as frigid temps return for Detroit and winter storm watches are issued for parts of southern Mich. Holy macaroni. It is winter, folks, as an Arctic blast threatens to unleash bitterly cold air across the east and the south as the next iguana apocalypse approaches. And it's not just Friday that the iguana apocalypse approaches. Take a look at the new models. It is also going to be on Monday, fun day. So Monday as well will be treacherous for Florida with temperatures in the southern regions reaching 38 degrees. We're going to have iguanas down for days, if not weeks.
The iguana apocalypse, it's coming, all right? So said it was going to be a cold winter, all right, for us here in the West. It's like, it's up, it's down. I remember when I used to live in San Diego, it would be like, sunny. I'd be on the beach. I'd go to the mountains. It was snowing. I go down to the beach. It was like, laying on the beach, laying by the pool, whatever, in the middle of winter. And that's kind of the way it is again. Here in California, we have the temperatures that go up and they go down. We'll probably see some more, snow that's coming. We have a little bit of a break, which I'm glad because it gets to, clear the snow off. So remember the night deck, it was like 1.5 feet, almost 2 feet of snow out there. Boy, it was tough to get that off. And then it came again, and it was like, I think I cleared like 9 feet of snow over a few day period. So we've got a little bit of a break now. It's melting down a little bit, but I'm pretty sure we're going to get some more, some of those crazy, storms that are going to come in here and fill up these hills with a lot of snow. All right, so 444 right now, so it's angelic number, so that I guess I'm right. Right. They like to tell me, yeah, you're on track. You got it. Good job. All right, so here's a little bit more. The winter's about to shift into high gear for those of you that are in the middle of the country. You're going to get some seriously cold weather, like Mike said, and that would happen this year. Now, the other thing that I said is that this late spring, summer into fall, there's going to be a lot of drought, right? Or not necessarily drought, but a lot of dry weather, right? There won't be as much rain, definitely not as much snow because it's going to get, I think, pretty warm, but not crazy warm like they keep saying. Record-breaking warm temperatures. That's a lie, right? So listen to this one.
Afternoon, everybody. I got big updates on what's going on, not only with this southern snowstorm coming, what's going on with the temperatures right behind it. Because we are literally going to be 40 degrees, maybe even up to 50 degrees below average for a lot of states as we go through our deepest part of our winter. Showing the latest information on the impacts, the chances for minor impacts up to 100% in this red, plus our chances.
All right. So you see all that snow? Remember last year where they said this is a once in 100-year type thing where it snows all the way down to the Gulf, and now we're going to have it again. How about that? So yeah, it's going to continue, guys, and it's going to go deeper into Florida as well. So we get the Panhandle getting snow like it did last year. A lot of those beach communities going to get snow and ice like they did last year. So it's going to be something that's going to continue. It's not a one-off.
For moderate impacts going all the way up towards that 40, even that 50% chance in certain areas. We're seeing two different regions now of where we're more likely going to see the moisture meeting up with the cold air. Over here for Alabama going through Georgia. Also another area going through a little bit of South Carolina, but mostly into North Carolina. So let's go through these impacts. Remember, these are minor impacts. These are not major impacts. However, being from the south, an inch of snow would bring major impacts. So please stay off the road. It's going to be about a 12 to a 15-hour period where you could get mixed precipitation and snow on the ground. So be aware. The strongest chance over here now. All
right. So that's coming for this weekend for you guys in the south. All right. Southeast. So just be heads up on that. It's tough anywhere to drive when there's snow on the road, but especially in the south. All right, because you don't have front wheel drive. A lot of people don't have 4-wheel drive, and if you got a big old truck, it's probably not 4-wheel drive. And you don't have snow tires, so be careful out there, guys. All right, so just stay off the road. Just hang out during that time frame, right? Hunker down and, enjoy the white stuff as it comes down. And, after, everything settles down a little bit, maybe you can run out and go to the beach carefully and see the snow all the way on the beach. That's always cool. All right. So New Jersey Democrats pushing 3 asinine anti-ICE bills, right? So it's basically they're pushing the Civil War. We'll see how much traction it gets. All right, so they want to prohibit state and local police from stopping anyone based solely on immigration status, prohibit ICE from operating in jails, so they can't go get the criminals in the jails and deport them because they need those votes. And I don't know. I know that, you get a felony conviction. It used to be if you got a felony conviction, you didn't vote. But some states have overruled that, and most Democrat states have overruled that. Right, so it doesn't matter anymore. So prevents New Jersey from sharing personal data with ICE without a warrant.
Dana, good morning. And emotions are high here in New Jersey after an ICE raid here at this laundromat and surrounding businesses in Morristown on Sunday led to anti-ICE protests and really controversy here locally. New Jersey Democrat Governor Phil Murphy is now weighing whether or not he's going to sign 3 anti-ICE bills that were passed by the Democrat-controlled state legislature. Now, the bills legally prohibit police from stopping anyone based solely on immigration status, prohibits ICE from operating in New Jersey's jails to deport criminals, and prevents New Jersey from sharing personal data with ICE without a warrant. Now, Governor Murphy has until noon Tuesday when his term ends to sign these bills, and he's...
All right. So we're going to see, multiple cities that are going to have problems. We're going to see burning in a lot of these cities. We're going to see riots in a lot of these cities. Now, again, I have on my X account where this one woman, I guess they were somewhere in Minnesota in the countryside, and the police ICE came out and they arrested a criminal alien that was within the community, and everybody cheered. They came into a convenience store and apprehended them. Everybody cheered. right? Now, that's contrary to what you're seeing in the big cities, as you're seeing, right? We have some serious problems with these radical leftists in the big cities, guys. It's like, I don't know, we haven't learned since the Revolutionary War, the Civil War, and all the stuff that we've gone through with these Democrats, for hundreds of years now. So it's coming to a head. It's coming to a head, I believe, and I think it's going to end. I feel very certain the Democrat Party goes bye-bye. So they're not going to go out without a bang, all right? They're going to go out with a bang, all right? So, and that's what they want. That's what they get, in my opinion. So Phil Murphy, and that's what they are getting. Phil Murphy says goodbye to New Jersey. I'm going to leave you with some more effed up stuff before I leave, all right? So he was the guy that, pushed the police to go to that one guy's gym, the Patriot, who basically let people continue to work out. And he sent, agents or, law enforcement to shut it down. They had big knockdown dragouts for like months. It was crazy. But it just goes to show you, the Democrats were the ones that really pushed it hard on us. And we should remember, and I think a lot of us do, because a lot of people don't like him. His numbers are really low as far as like, let's see if I can find them. Says, where is it? So come on, where are you? So anyway, he has a low approval rating, right? So I can't see the numbers in here because I read through this article and it was like, I thought it was up there in the top, but anyway, low approval. Is this it here? States film, up. Nope. So down in here. So Mikey Sherrill is following him. So he has low approval rating, right? And it is, they did a poll. He's got very low approval rating. What do you guys in New Jersey say, right? I'm pretty sure I got pretty much the conservatives here. So I'm sure you guys are like, F that guy. All right. So I say F that guy. I didn't even live in New Jersey. I think he's a total POS. But, you guys are going to get another one. You're going to get another one. And more voter fraud, in my opinion, happened in New Jersey with the Democrats. All right. So let's look at Mikey Cheryl. She is a woman. You think that Mikey, she must be a guy. It sounds like a guy's name, but that's a woman. All right. She goes both ways, I guess. Anyway, New Jersey's race between Jack Ciattarelli, who was a favorite to win, and Mikey Sherrill has officially begun as early mail-in ballots. Now, President Trump is going to pass a law to do away with mail-in ballots because we know that we're the only country in the world that does them. And we know if you have two brain cells that rub together, that is full of corruption. Even Jimmy Carter said that mail-in ballots were bad. Even Jimmy Carter. All right. So mail-in ballots were coming in, received across the strait. The first absentee ballot report shows 514, 998 requests from Democratic voters, only 173,000 from Republicans. And they had the biggest turnout ever. Sound familiar with all these mail-in ballots in some of these states where, they won against President Trump? Record numbers. There was more voters than there's people in the state in some of these places. All right, so I might be exaggerating, but I've heard that. I don't know. So, yeah, she won with the mail-in ballots. All right, corruption and another Democrat state, New Jersey, very, very bad. All right, I feel for the people of New Jersey because there's a lot of really good people there. I was there for quite a period of time. All right, so we have a lot of other issues that are going on. Minnesota riders break into ICE vehicle locker. Now, this was last night. They had a traffic stop where there was a legal Venezuelan, probably a cartel guy, and he ran from the ICE agent, crashed his car and ran. The ICE agent chased him, tackled him, was trying to cuff him, and two people came out of a house with a broom and a ice shovel and started banging on him. So I guess the one guy who was trying to tackle got up. He shot him in the leg because he feared for his life. All these guys attacking him, and that stopped everything. So they all went into the house. Well, I guess probably all lived there, and they brought in a ICE detail, which basically went in and nabbed all these three idiots. And the one guy that was wounded is getting treatment. And I guess the ICE officer was also, hurt. And the both of them are still in the hospital. So the Democrats there in Minneapolis, they blew up. The radicals came in. They started smashing the windows of, ICE vehicles. They pulled out a box that had a rifle and ammunition in it. They broke it open and stole it. They ruined the cars. They smashed them. They spray painted them, and it's out of control there. So President Trump said, "You guys better figure this out real quick, or we're going to do an insurrection act on you guys." Right? So I think he's going to do the insurrection act. Now, I've talked about this. I saw this coming like almost 5 years ago, when we had the George Floyd riots. I said, this is the beginning. We're going to have much worse. We're going to have cities that will burn. Big cities, big blue cities will burn in the future. I didn't know how long that would take, but here we are. This is the last holdout of the Democrats, guys, and they're going to do a civil war in their big cities. All right. So it's on. Civil war in the big cities. The Democrats are basically gonna push it. All right. So this is where it's going to kick off. It's going to kick off in Minnesota, the Twin Cities, St. Paul, Minnesota. I don't know how St. Paul's doing over there. I don't know. So it's across the river. Maybe they're doing okay there. Anybody in the chat? No. How you guys are doing over there in St. Paul? So we'll see. We'll find out. It'll probably spread. So let's look at this. So obviously some problems there. They've gone extreme. We don't have shootings from their side yet, but I think that's coming. We'll see what happens, because I think the Insurrection Act is going to get slammed on that city, and the Insurrection Act will probably get slammed on other cities going forward. All right. It won't be Insurrection Act across the country. It's not needed, because 99% of our country is conservative, good morals, good values. And then you go to the big cities, and it's the corruption, back to the Civil War, back to the Revolutionary War, KKK, no voting rights for women, no voting rights for blacks. All right. Part of the funding the communist revolution and the downfall of the not political, but the monarchy in Russia. All right. So Democrats suck, right? Suck bad. All right. So let's see what Megyn Kelly has to say. She doesn't have good words as well. So I like to get the feminine side come in and bash too. It's always good.
Here's what the radicals had to say about what they pulled out of the federal vehicle.
One of the ICE agent vehicles got broken into, and I found this paperwork. It has a list with FBI operation info. It's got full names of FBI agents, phone numbers, emails. There's maps on where they're staying, where they're holding immigrants. There's hotel names in there. There's judge names. This paperwork has people's full names and their emails.
And she's showing it all on camera. By the way, they did appear to get the weapons out of the weapons locker. Here it is in SOP 13A. Aided Minnesota and is harassing innocent victims. Those are lies, but he's telling them similar, different kind of fraud, frankly. So he's been all over the cameras. And last night he decided to hold a prime time address where things didn't go exactly as planned when he was speaking live. Check out the audio on this.
The federal government is raining down upon our communities.
What's happening in Minnesota?
2,000 to 3,000 armed agents of the federal government have been deployed to Minnesota.
Don't do justice to the level
Armed,
of chaos,
masked,
and disruption,
undertrained ICE
trauma.
agents
The federal
are going door to door,
raining down upon our
ordering people to point
Oh my
out
God, so
where their
bad.
neighbors of color live.
Agents of the federal government.
They're pulling over
deployed to
people.
Minnesota.
I don't even know what's happening. That's
including
what,
U.S.
just
citizens.
for the viewers at home, this is what we can get out. This is what we call mixed minus in our ears as anchors, when like you're doing a live hit in the field and you're saying tonight at Andrews Air Force Base, the following, and then like 3 seconds after you say it, you hear in your ear tonight at Andrews Air Force Base, and it's nearly impossible to do. If you ever see a reporter rip the earpiece out of his or her ear, that's what's happening to them. It seems to have happened somehow on the live audio feed, which is a new issue. I've never seen that happen. I don't know what it was, but it was a disaster. They eventually figured it out, and then they posted the proper remarks on YouTube. And when we could finally understand Governor Walz, we heard some of the most inflammatory rhetoric about the feds from a sitting governor since like the Civil War. Take a look.
What's happening in Minnesota right now defies belief. News reports simply don't do justice to the level of chaos.
Since the Civil War. All right. So I'm not the only one onto this, guys.
And disruption and trauma the federal government is raining down upon our communities. 2,000 to 3,000 armed agents of the federal government have been deployed to Minnesota. Armed, masked, undertrained ICE agents are going door to door, ordering people to point out where their neighbors of color live. They're pulling over people indiscriminately, including U.S. citizens, and demanding to see their papers. And at grocery stores, at bus stops, even at our schools.
Yeah, this is out of control. I mean, it disgusts me to listen to a moron like that. It disgusts me that he is in a political office. He should have been taken out already. So he's fomenting the Civil War in the community right now. All right, he's stirring them up. He's motivating them. He's talking it. Same thing with Bill and Hillary Clinton, who decided they're above the law and they don't have to testify before Congress. But we saw several people that went to jail because they, during the Biden administration, that were conservatives, that refused to go before Congress because it was all a shit show. And so they went to jail. So are we going to see the president and his lovely wife, Hillary, witch Hillary, go to jail? Of course, I think both of them are gone. But anyway, are they going to go to jail? It's if they don't, we got some problems because everybody else has. All right, so it'll be interesting to see how that works out. Now, they're also calling. Both of those knuckleheads are calling for pretty much a civil war too. They're saying that our government under Trump is evil, and that people need to strike back. Wow. So who's going to strike back? Not the people that live throughout America, 99% of America. It's only going to come from the big cities, guys. That's the only place where these guys have control and rule, because they've dumbed everybody down. They pay everybody back. They bring in the illegal aliens, and that's how they stay in power. The mail-in ballots. So Trump is going to basically do away with mail-in ballots. So they have to fight. They have to motivate their base to fight us. All right. It's coming. It's coming. We've been talking about this for a while. All right. So Tim Walz, Tampon Tim, he basically invited a high school to come and protest ICE in the Capitol. Let's see what happens when you bring in radical high school students. That went well. So it's students are being radicalized. We know that. Now they have said that students don't have to come in; they can stay at home. The Democrats love that. Remember how they did that with, and our students got dumbed down. All right, so here they are in Minneapolis. They're saying you can study from home because of all of this ICE stuff. It's so bad. So they're basically influencing the next generation too, guys. I don't know what's going to happen with this next generation. It's not good. It's not good. All right. And of course, the Southern Democrats did this for many years. I resisted. All right. So I turned out okay. So, all right. So Trump announces February 1st cutoff of federal funds to sanctuary cities. President says cities shielding illegal aliens will no longer receive taxpayer money. So the funding for these radical leftist Democrats that need to go bye-bye is coming, right? So in Minneapolis, they've stopped funding for a lot of the programs that the puppets of the Democrat Party, the Somalis, were using. All right, and who knows what's going to happen to all those people? Right, all that funding being cut off. Like I showed, and I think it wasn't the last one, the one before, where President Trump put out basically a graph. A fraction of people are using welfare and getting money and benefits and so forth, but it's like almost the entire Somali community is getting paid. And how much does the Somali community work? Nothing, right? So they're stealing from American taxpayers on a massive scale. We're going to see this in a lot of Democrat cities. It's nothing new. Like I just showed you guys, it's been going on for decades and decades and decades, right? But now it's all coming to a head. All right. In Iran, we have the radicals are being shipped in. I guess they found a few Hamas and Hezbollah types, and they brought them in, and they're riding around. I've seen videos of where they're riding around the streets, and they're shooting, the Iranian citizens. And the leadership that's still there, that's not hiding in bunkers, has come out and said that we have people here that are terrorists. So you have millions of people on the street, and all those people are terrorists. Kind of sounds like the Revolutionary War, doesn't it? All right, here in America. So the people of Iran are pushing back. Of course, there's some people very similar to Democrats, because the Democrat community basically supported this radical Islamist group to take charge and control in Iran. All right, Jimmy Carter. Thank you, Jimmy Carter. So the radical Democrats are causing problems around the world, and President Trump is cleaning all that up too. All right, and we can do it. We have the technology, we have the wherewithal, we have the motivated people like myself. All right, that are younger than me now. All right, that are imagine they're trying to decimate the military. Fortunately, we had very few people go into the military during this time frame. But now, when President Trump was elected, from that point on, people started going into the military in a massive level. All right, so a lot of those people have only had like a year of training, but we still have a lot of people. We're bringing back the people that got pushed out because they wouldn't get the shot. So we're having a lot of success, and we'll continue to have success going forward. Now, I know this isn't a popular subject because I can see the numbers. Usually I have like 17 to 2,000 people that are joining me in this time frame. So, that's why, guys that are still listening, that's why we're going to go through these Democrat cities being destroyed, right? Because people don't listen. People don't understand. People don't want to understand, right? So we're going to go through it. We're going through it, right? It will happen. So be prepared. Stay away from the big cities. If you're living in the big cities, you got to have an out, guys. You got to have a way to get out, because it could go down quick in some of these big cities, and I think it will. Once a shitstorm starts, remember we heard for years the storm is coming. So this is it, right? And we've been told a lot of times this is it, but I think we all know this is it, right? And in America, just like Juan has talked about for years, we'll go through a near-death experience, right? So this is it. The near-death experience is coming to us from the Democrat Party, right? Courtesy of the Democrat Party, right? And some rhinos, right? All right, guys. It's gonna get shitty out there, but we can work together. Most of America is beautiful. Most of America will continue. The big cities, that's where they are. They're easily surrounded. And we'll go in and basically, blast the hell out of them in there, just like, we see in, I guess the Civil War, where, they burn themselves in Atlanta, and South Carolina, Columbia, and multiple other states, capitals. A lot of state capitals during the Revolutionary War were destroyed by the Democrats, right? So they didn't want the Republicans to have them. Right. And they made it so that, Reconstruction took a long time. And during that time frame, they kept voting Democrats in to keep the problems going. And Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. Last night I said that President Trump should, step up and do the airstrikes in Iran. And it looks like jets have launched to actually do that. So we know that there's, probably disinformation or, counter stuff that might be going on where they launch from like Qatar, which, some people have said, airbase, and they've basically evacuated and locked down the airbase to a great extent because they know once they do strike, that Iran, the criminal, murderous Iranian Islamic regime, will send missiles all over the place. So I'm sure they're prepared to do that, but for that regime to be collapsed, which is the intent of the United States and probably most of the civilized world, would love to see that regime collapse, because they are the perpetrators of most of the problems in the Middle East. Then you would see, that regime collapse. So they're, killing the people. There's a video out there of them, shooting people. There's body bags everywhere. Upwards of 20,000 have died. Some reports. So anywhere from 12 to 20,000. I've seen a lot of, video of, body bags all over the place. So it's definitely, getting out there that there's some problems out there. Now, I think that, we're going to see some significant air activity that's going on, probably for several days, maybe longer, maybe week, 2 weeks at the most. But I firmly believe that this regime is on its last legs. You see here, there's lots of body bags. I've seen countless videos of, people walking the streets and body bags, quite a few people grieving and so forth. So that's definitely happening. That's not anything new for any, psychopathic regime, which basically from the moment that the Shah was deposed, the Shah basically went for surgery. And of course, we had the extremely corrupt Carter administration, which he's like Joe Biden. He was just a puppet, and they used him to basically do some very crazy stuff all over the world. He gave away the Panama Canal, which I think we lost like 37,000 people building the Panama Canal. It would equivalent of trillions of dollars in today's money, building the Panama Canal. It was very successful. And Jimmy Carter gave it away for $1, right? He was a bad man. Former military guy. How about that? Navy guy, sub guy. So not so good of a guy, right? One of the worst presidents ever until we got Joe Biden, who was now the worst president. So two Democrats, worst presidents ever in history, Joe Biden. And of course, we have probably some others lined up. Could have been Kamala Harris, could have been, the top contender. But as of right now, Joe Biden and Jimmy Carter. I mean, we could just go down the line, Roosevelt, and on and on and on, because we're finding out these people were extremely corrupt, right? Yes, Carter was an idiot, right? So unbelievable. Boy, he just really did a lot of harm for our country, many levels. It was good for him to go away. Remember, during his administration, we had crazy inflation. And of course, Joe Biden came in, we started having crazy inflation. God, what is it about those Democrats? Just want to destroy our country, right? And of course, we're seeing it, in other places like Minneapolis. The craziness there is just out of control. So now we have, they passed a law where the people of Minneapolis that work for Minneapolis or Minnesota, they can take paid leave with morale at all-time low. That's what the police are doing. In the time that where Minneapolis really needs the police, because they have all these crazy people that have descended on Minneapolis, like the George Floyd riot. And reports of 60 to 70 so far are turned in paperwork for Minnesota's new paid leave program. Did they come up with that new paid leave program just for this? Because we know that during the George Floyd riots, they tried to get rid of all their cops. Stupid, right? And then those that stuck around were, right? Maybe there were some still good people that, hung out and stayed. But for the most part, if you're going to work for a woke company or a woke government, you got to be woke. Otherwise, they're going to do away with you, push you out. So the new, leave program allows 20 weeks of paid leave for personnel or family. If there's reasons when, you need to, I don't know, your wife's going to have a baby or someone in your family's dying or something like that. 20 weeks. Geez. I remember when I was in the military, we got 4 weeks of paid vacation. I can't imagine 20 weeks. What the hell is going on there? Good God. Oh my God. Unbelievable. So it is just a shit show there in that Democrat hellhole. They need to get Tim Walz out of there. And that Fry guy, right? That soy boy Fry guy that's in the mayor spot, because both of them were there when they had the riots the last time. So the Democrat Party is trying to start a civil war. Absolutely. With all those knuckleheads that came out and said that disobey orders from the commander in chief that they're unlawful. No, they're trying to seed a civil war. And these Ilhan Omar is saying that everybody should revolt, and they're trying to start it. We're like, no, we're not going to do your money and starve you out and, ship all your little minions back to their countries. So I guess there's like thousands and thousands, 6,000, I think I heard, every week they're sending out of America. It's good. And that's just a drop in a bucket, guys. They need a lot more going out. They need to triple, quadruple that number to get rid of these people out of our country. And I think that's happening. So in the meantime, while the Democrats are trying to destroy our country, we're going after Cuba, Mexico. We know we have a massive fleet that's down there in the Caribbean and off the Pacific Ocean along the coast of Mexico and some of those other countries down there. But I see Cuba very strongly, probably will be one of the next countries. Now, look how surgical it was that we went in and took Maduro, and that was it. All right. Will they be more? Possibly, but it seems like, things are, I don't know what's going on down there, or deals being made. We're going to do this, and we get that. Really, a lot of these countries, once real freedom, not like, all right, now that we've freed you, we have to get all this stuff from you. All right. I don't really think that's happening. It's just that we get, a decent shot at, what you got, we'll help you, build it up like we did last time in Venezuela, and they stole it. So I think that we're going to do that for a lot of countries. Cuba will be freed from its oppressive leadership, like Iran is about to be freed from their oppressive leadership. Same thing happened down in Venezuela. So things are working themselves out. Same thing's going to happen in Mexico. We'll see, the cartels get hammered because, they're funding the Democrat Party and, child trafficking and drug trafficking and so forth. It's out of control. So the same thing in Brazil. Brazil is out of control. Take away their unelected leadership, Lula, and you're going to get Bolsonaro back probably, and he'll turn that country around. But the people have to, just like the Democrat Party here in America, the people down there in Brazil were subjected to extreme stupidity from their press and their judicial system, just like here. Very, very similar circumstance, like we're overcoming it. Right? It's going to take time, but we're going to have to overcome it, and they're going to continue to try and play the Civil War card. All right, turn us against each other. It's not going to work out. So yeah, I think that once we do hit Iran with surgical strikes, that'll give the people and the military that have taken leave, right? My relatives and the people that I love, and the same thing with the police force. They're not going to come in, and they're trying not to come in, and do harm to their people. Is for these people to basically seize those military arms and turn them against the bad guys, right? So it's almost like a civil war to a certain extent, but for us to help them, that's what we need to do. Now, there's been other times that we've done that in Afghanistan. We took out the Taliban, and then for some reason, it didn't stop there. It's like we basically let some evil group take over again in Afghanistan. And for 20 years, we fought in Afghanistan. It's absolute bullshit. They were doing illegal drug trafficking, guys, and also, child trafficking. So there in Afghanistan, it's pretty bad. All right, pedophilia is way off the charts. And of course, they have opium fields. So we had the military was guarding them. The DEA that was supposed to be cleaning all that up was basically kicked out of the country. Right on the other side of the border in Pakistan, they shut down their base. I saw them shut down their base. They had a big base, and they shut it down. So we know that the deep state got in control, right? So you had good people go in and clean house, and then the deep state took advantage of it, right? And that's what they normally do. So this time is Greenland. Greenland will be part of the United States. I predict that. So will Canada. And now, will they be like states or territories? That remains to be seen. Kind of like maybe Puerto Rico type thing. And they'll just be, tied to the United States. So I think that they're having, is it Denmark or one of those countries that is, trying to say that they own Greenland, which is like stupid, and they're independent. But one of those countries over there, Norway, Denmark, one of those countries, is very clear, and it's like, no, you're not. No, you're not. So and then you got somebody that's in Greenland is saying, no, we don't. We want to go with Norway or whatever country. NATO is not going to play if we go in and basically say, all right, we need to take this. We've been trying to do this for like, I don't know, 70 years or something crazy, because it is strategically, Greenland is very important. And I think that once we do, take it into receivership or buy it or whatever President Trump is going to pull out, he's going to pull something out. Then from that point, things will go to a different level. Yeah, it's glitching a little bit. Let me see if I can shift it over to almost shift it over to another source. Good. You guys know that not internet, but phone service for Verizon, over half the country had their Verizon knocked off today. Wonder what's going on with that. All right, so hopefully that'll take care of things. So strangely glitchy when I start to reveal good stuff, right? Because it basically goes through NSA. Everything that we do, our phone conversations, the internet, it all goes through NSA. And if there's something squirrely that goes through, they have AI and that's looking at everything, and they have probably controls, names, and things that are discussed. They'll like glitch it. So that's kind of what they do. And it used to be really bad. They like just take it off. Right? You just couldn't get anything out. You remember those days? So it has been cleaned up a little bit, but they still glitch it a little bit. And it could be because they are doing legitimately, searching for, keywords and so forth. And if they hear it, then it'll glitch a little bit. And that's what you see on some of my. We need Q phones. Yes, we need something. We need a whole new system. There is systems out there that are far more high speed than what we have. Your Verizon's good here. Janet, you're in New York, right? No, you're in Northern California. So yeah, it seems to be good here. I don't know anybody that has a problem, on the West Coast. Maybe it was just all East Coast because I have friends that are in Florida and so forth that have problems with it. So my Verizon been okay today so far. I'm in Northern Alabama. Okay. Yeah. Starlink is always good for me. It works really nice. Not always. I will admit that there have been times where they get to Starlink as well. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see going forward. But it seems like Texas out all day. All right. So Jersey Shore, Verizon working. All right. So we're getting some good MJ, my Verizon still out. You're in New York. Yep. Okay, Georgie girl. So yeah, it seems like certain places, South Texas, Florida, but somebody was in Alabama, South Alabama. No signal in South Alabama. Okay, Delaware Verizon out today. So it looks like an East Coast, mostly East Coast. Center of the country and to the east, perhaps. Anybody Iowa or mid country folk? How's your Verizon working out? So New Zealand glitching, even in New Zealand. Wow. Verizon working in Missouri. Okay, that's mid country. Colorado out for 2 hours. T-Mobile was out today. Wow, T-Mobile, another one. So I think we were going to get some stuff from the sun. So I think cosmic rays off the sun what did it. Yeah, you're right. So great boy. Good job. All right. So you're tapped in too. Great Bay. All right. So Great Bay, 1961. So yeah, that's there was definitely some sun activity, solar storm type stuff that could impact. Of course, we talk about the a lot of the EMP. I don't think it's EMP. EMP, if you look at the sun, that's possibility. Yes, EMPs from the sun. Sunburst, really active. Yep. I'm in Portland and I didn't have any issues. Okay, good. Verizon Oregon, no Verizon Oregon. So wow, it's just like sketchy, just in different places. Pennsylvania affected today. All right. Seattle too. Solar flares, yes. So the solar flares basically can and will affect the core of the Earth, cosmic rays, gamma rays, and so forth. We're getting a lot of those because the sun activity is kind of going down, solar minimum. And so we're going to get a lot of that. And that will activate the earthquake activity, ramp it up again, possibly. So we'll have to watch. East Tennessee out. Wow. Had issues in Maine all day. So it sounds like the giant coronal hole or whatever, like really impacted the, it was spotty all over the country. In Michigan, you have it. So far, so good. Not in New York City, rural Maine, poor. So yeah, it's crazy how that works out. So thanks for everybody that shared all over the country. Wow, that's pretty quick. Even in other places around the world that seems to be glitching, and of course that's got to be the solar activity. All right. In Vegas, it's fine. Okay. So yeah. When I say Oregon, Eugene, and the whole morning. So I am on Wi-Fi now. Okay, good. No problems with Idaho. Good. Satellites in certain areas sounds like, yeah, possibly. Glitching that energy. New Orleans, fine, good. Like that Creole, like the Creole sauce, right? On my, or the etouffee, and like the oysters there, and they used to be really good in New Orleans. Those big Gulf oysters. The last time I was cruising through there, it's been, God, I think like 5 years now. The oysters weren't so good. All right, so all of that stuff that's been leaking out into the Gulf made those oysters not so much good. Right? Maybe that's changed by now. No issues in Texas. Some places in Texas, I guess, but not everywhere. All right, so yeah, stand by for activity. South Carolina, no issues. All right, good. South Kakalaki, where I'm from, I was born and raised. I was bred like a thoroughbred horse in South Kakalaki. All right. All right. So I remember people were like, "Where were you bred at?" I was like, "Columbia, South Carolina." Oh yeah, that's a good place to be bred. I was like, "Oh okay." All right. So blue state flu. All right. I don't know, maybe. So then we got somebody else saying out in South Carolina and in North Carolina. From North Carolina. You're from North Carolina? North Carolina here? Okay, good. All right. Where are your parents from? They're both from Columbia, South Carolina. All right. So I was in Hawaii in 1977. Stefan Burns, Sunburst. All right. So he's putting that out. Okay. All right. So yeah, we got a lot of people that are be coming on in the next several days. They're gonna be talking about a lot of stuff. All right. I got somebody maybe coming in talking about John Brennan. I was in CIA during John Brennan's time, and there was some very funky stuff that went on, and this guy's going to talk about it. All right, so he's got a book that's coming out, so that'll be interesting. Of course, we like to get information that is, cutting edge, and that's what we're going to keep on doing. You guys been like really coming in and seeing a lot of the shows. The views are way up. So yes. Hit new highs. Did it go all the way to 95? Did it pop again? So remember I said several days ago, if it went over a certain amount, $83, we would bounce around 85 to 95. So today, I think it did go up to 94. But what it does, and what it's been doing, is popping significantly up. I think it was up over $7 today. Now, you guys might remember I was saying that we're going to hit way back when it was $20, $30. I was saying someday we're going to hit, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So let's go for new predictions. Mike says that the intuitive Mike. So intuitive Mike says we will be hitting upwards of 25. All right, that's not coming soon, but we'll hit $10 days. But remember, when you go up 10, sometimes you go down 10. All right, so I don't think we're going to see as much of the down days now that we've basically burst past all of the control systems. We may see some more control, some selling to try and drive it down, as we move up to the $100 range, because I think once we go past 95, it's hundreds there, right? And we may go past 95 tomorrow. It's silver's 92.45 ounce spot on APMEX right now. I used to buy a lot of silver from APMEX. I got a bunch of silver and back in the day, but I do almost all my stuff with Dr. Kirk Elliott and the someplace with safe, a vault, right? Depository in Texas. So, and it's well guarded and insured. So I like it very much because I got a lot of it. And 161 an ounce in New Zealand. Really? Is that New Zealand dollars? What does that translate to, Georgie King, to dollars? That's what do you guys think? What's a New Zealand? What's a New Zealand currency? Right? what do you call it? I have to look it up. New Zealand currency. Uh, 0.57 New Zealand dollar. So how much is 100 New Zealand in the U.S.? It's $57. So a little bit of 161 an ounce. It's up there. All right. So in a lot of places like China, it went up to I think 104, 105 today. So our dollars got to catch up, or our silver's got to catch up. So I think we're going to see probably next week 100, and by the end of the month, I think we're going to hit 112 to 100. I'm really reaching out there, but it's possible to see 125 by the end of this month. So now the other prediction that I have is that we're going to hit way up to 250 by the middle of this year, and 500 by the end of the year. So those are going to be like fluid. I think that we may see 309 by the mid-year, and then a pullback, a little bit of a pullback. That'll you're going to have that. You're going to have crazy ups like we're having right now. Then it's going to go down and sideways, make a flag. That's what gold and silver and platinum and all the other. I see flags, bull flags. And a bull flag basically is it goes down and then up and then down and then up and down, and it gets tighter and tighter and tighter, and then boom, it takes off again. So I think that we're going to see. The last time I saw a flag in gold, which I'm seeing, which we basically broken higher. The bull flag has basically been broken in gold. We're probably going to see 5,300 in gold within the next couple of months. 5,300, and like I said, $150 silver and 175. I think in the next couple of months, and then it's going to keep going out. A lot of this stuff is because there's a lot of stuff going on in the world, and people look for, the safety of precious metals. You guys remember when platinum used to be more than gold? The last, 2011, platinum was more than gold, worth more than gold. And so I think we're going to see platinum go up another $1,000 from where it's at right now. So it'll hit like the $3,300 level within the next couple months. It's also got a bull flag. So a lot of these are online jewelry channels are taking a beating. No one can afford anything. But when they do, they're making a killing. So that's a good thing. I'm getting like whited out, too much light. So I think we're going to see U.S. Mint halted all sales today. That's right. Lil Kali, is that your name? Lil Kali, right? Lil Kali 77. That's cute, right? Or if you're a guy, that's a tough name. Whatever. I like collies. I had a collie when I was a kid. That's a great dog. And I don't know that may be your name, so not throwing any shame at you or anything. So U.S. is dead. BRICS will dominate in a multipolar war. Check Simon Dixon for predictions. They're definitely leaning on America hard, no doubt about it. But I think Trump will prevail. Trump and team. It's 110 on AppMex. It says 92, but goes up when you purchase. Yes, exactly. Tactus, maybe. I don't know. Yep. I remember back in the day getting the 500 coin monster box for like under 20 grand. Those days are long gone, and they won't be back maybe ever. Right? I don't know. So yeah, well over 100 ounce. I think it's definitely going to be over 100 ounce. Silver Eagle 105 and Silver Maple's 110 now online. Wow. Big banks caught billions shorting on silver certificates. Now this is why I'm nigga rich. All right. Yeah, definitely. a lot of us that you guys have been watching me, you guys are like happy, very happy. And so silver's made a lot of us very wealthy. And that's going to continue. So where mine is right now, I think it's going to quadruple this year, and yours, all right, unless you sell it. So probably a quadrupling. So I'm predicting 500 at the end of the year. If we're hitting almost 100, that's 4 times more, quadruple. All right. So just whatever you got now, just do what it is to more. So next year, I think it's going to go up to over 1,000. So long-term holdings. Now, if you sell, you go to toilet paper money, which is the dollar. Then you're not going to make out so good. So don't do that. All right. Unless you go into some type of asset, you're buying a car, pay for cash, get out of debt. That's good. Or buy a house. You're putting it into something that's good. I think that's long term that could work out for you. But you don't want to sell all. It's like I'm gonna buy a Ferrari. I'm gonna sell all my silver, buy a Ferrari. Maybe not that good. Maybe pay cash for something. Like I don't know, Range Rover or something like that. That's good, high end Range Rover. But you get them for like 100 grand. And if the Sport, they're great cars. I've got one fantastic car. I've had it like 4 years. No issues with it whatsoever. So looking to maybe sometime this year, upgrade to something else. It's had it for a little bit. So you hold them, they get a little old to start to get problems, right? But this has been a great car. Range Rovers used to be a pain in the ass, but now the one I've got is like unbelievable. It's the best car I've ever had. So there's a lot of great vehicles out there. It was insane. And now those prices are collapsing. Same thing with housing prices. So hold off. towards the end of the year will be a better opportunity. Right now, everywhere, condo prices are collapsing like 50% like they did in the last, collapse. They'll collapse. A lot of them will collapse 80%, I believe, and a lot of home prices will collapse 80%, probably into next year. But do you want to wait that long, or do you want to start to put your silver to work? So that's what you want to start looking at, and maybe you're going to buy a business or something like that. So there's a lot of people out there. So another one, of course, to get into is the miners. So I highly recommend the miners at this point. I got into the miners. I started talking about getting into miners to diversify. First, you want to have physical silver, and if that's all you can afford, that's great, on your person. And then if you're going to expand, where it's getting a little bit late in the game to expand, not because of the price level, guys, but because silver is going to become very hard to get for, I think, a year and a half, 2 years now. You can't get 1,000 ounces. Maybe some of you can, but I haven't been able to get 1,000 ounce bars of silver. So it's been 100 ounce. You might buy 100 ounce at a time, and those are your best deals. You buy the individual coins, that's the highest price you're going to pay. If you buy just bars, that's a little bit better. And then the highest ounce bar that you can buy is your best deal overall. So 1,000 ounce bars have been gone for a long time, and now it's getting to the point it's hard to find 100 ounce bars and monster boxes. And a lot of the coin shops, you walk into them, they're all sold out. So it's going to Dr. Kirk Elliott, because he goes straight to a source that has sources of mining sources that keeps him in silver. He's got I think he told me, he said one time that he has the largest silver holdings of any company. I don't know if that's how true that is. I haven't done the research, or how close he is. Maybe he said he was one of the highest, or he is the highest one. So you still have, how do you buy molybdenum? I don't know, but that's one that's going to do like crazy. That's one of the most expensive, I think. I haven't seen it on anywhere online. I don't want to buy it. I'm sticking to platinum and silver and gold. So they seem to work really well. So I just bought a 10 ounce bar for 900. Ooh, nice, very good. So love Cadillac, that and Mustang. Yeah, so we're all like dreaming, right? So you can dream if you've gotten into the silver early on. So everybody's doing really good with silver, and I believe it's going to go much higher. MJ Kirk has some of my silver in his vault. Should I get them sent to me? No, keep them there. Why would you do that? Unless you want to hold it. I mean, it's up to you. Yeah, he'll send it to you, or he'll send you some. He'll send you what you have, of course, or you can, trade it out. I wouldn't trade it out for cash if you want the silver. He'll send it to you. It probably costs you a little bit, but MJ, yeah. What do you think about buying sterling silver, especially the old silver jewelry? Yeah, I'm not so much into sterling. Yeah, it'll be unobtainium. Yeah, absolutely. Silver will be. So silver, you know, um, any kind of silver, I guess. Some people are buying the junk silver. So any kind of silver, sterling silver, whatever, it's going to be good going forward. I would buy it. Dump silver rounds and buy coins. No, I would say I would keep your silver rounds. Silver rounds are good. Yeah, all that is silver. So when you in a lot of your silver, it's going to be, even though you got like this. I used to buy all the high speed silver from the U.S. Mint, and that was dumb. I remember like the U.S. Mint over the last several years, you were paying like double and sometimes triple what the price of the metal was. I was like, what? So you're not going to sell it for that much, guys, unless of course it rises to the amount that you bought it. It is not worth it. The best thing is just to buy the actual silver and bars and so forth. That's your best deal. Now, if you like the silver, because I like buy Juan O'Savin's silver because it's very beautiful. I like it, and he does have good deals on it. And all the silver that I bought from him is now worth a lot more. So that's and collecting. I'm not into collecting anymore because I did collecting for most of my life, and then when I went to sell it, it was like, oh, that's what I get for that. So, where you can go online and trade it. That's going to take time, and it was that point where silver had reached its peak and it was going down. I was like, okay, it's time to sell, and so I was selling it, and I was getting a lot of money for what I had bought it for. So that'll stay that way. 122 in Canadian dollars an ounce. Wow. So a bar that looks like a Wonka bar. So cool. Yeah. I mean, why not, But it's not gonna, it's like a Wonka. You go in, it's like, can I get a little extra for this Wonka bar? No, I'll give you a spot, So if you bought it for like, 40, 50 bucks, then you go in, it's like, here's an ounce, but it's a Wonka bar. Can I get a little bit more? And it's like, I'll give you, the 350 an ounce that an ounce is worth, but I'm not going to give you a little bit more for a Wonka bar. So that's the way it's going to work for you. All right. Should we max out credit card buying? That's up to you. That's speculating, but I think might be something as long as you can pay that off. Otherwise, it's you're paying the interest, and then whatever you're making as the silver rises, is it more? So you gotta look at that. So yeah, if you're buying it with a credit card and you pay it off, because I don't, when I buy something with credit card, I pay it off. I don't pay interest on anything. Everything I pay cash. All right. So and that's what I would hope all of you. If you're not doing it yet, you should get to that point where everything is you pay it in cash. So when I buy a home, eventually I will pay cash for it. Of course, I'm 65, so I've had condos and houses in the past, but this time I won't be paying that bullshit mortgage, 3 times the amount of what it is. They've so scammed our mentality that it's like, oh, I'm going to buy a car and I'm going to get the best interest rate that I can get because I've got good credit. It's like, you should not. I try to teach my kids this. All right. So, and it was hard because, the conditioning is that, buy a car and, you get $20,000 car and you pay, $500 a month for like, 5 years, and you pay like double whatever the car's worth. It's like this bullshit. It's stupid. All right. So save your money up and buy it in cash. All right. Or save your silver up. And when you get enough, you got to have a car, then do it. Use that silver. So that's what I recommend. So yeah, use your great stuff that you're buying. You're going to, and everything's going to go up. As far as precious metals, they're going to go up because we're going into a state where it's going to seem like war. Will Jubilee come? Possibly. We've been talking about it for 5 years, but I haven't seen it yet. Some of this stuff is just disinformation. Is it a Jubilee? It's a Jubilee if you've been buying silver, right? It's going to be a Jubilee for you. All right. Because you're going to pay everything off and you're going to have a lot more left, and then you're going to buy whatever, so hopefully that's where a lot of you are at. Avoid capital gains, just borrow against your silver for land. That's, lots of different strategies out there. Like I said, I'm not into borrowing, and I'm not into paying taxes. So, right. But of course, in some states, you're going to have to. They still have that that bullshit going on, but it's a scam. So I think we're going to get rid of the, all the taxes at some point. But at this point, not yet, right? Although President Trump's been talking about, the federal taxes basically going away, and that's happening for a lot of us. Who watched Tina Peters today? Her hearing? Oh, she have a hearing today? I did not know that. Mike in Texas here. All right, Mike. Good job. All right, guys. It is looking like we're going to see some action tonight, hopefully. All right, so Iran needs it. They need to go bye-bye. And that's going to send a message to all the other, crazy governments that are out there, Cuba and Brazil and Mexico and many others all around the world. So we'll see. We'll see what this does, the impact it has on the Middle East. I think it's going to be extremely positive, but it's up to the people of Iran, to overcome their. Imagine if Kamala Harris had been elected. Boy, we'd be like, like the people of Iran by now. I think it's crazy. So fortunately, we didn't go through that, and we're the ones, because we talked about it for 4 years. At some point, all the governments all over the world are going to get cleaned up, right? And we know there's still a lot of them out there. South Africa, Australia. So we still have a lot of, governments that have to be cleaned. Of course, lots of countries in Central and South America. But it'll take some time. But I think things are going to rock and roll very quickly as we go forward. And, then we have to look at, a lot of people are talking about how there's going to be that alien invasion thing still. I don't know. We'll see. So, all right. XRP, XLM. I'm not in them right now. I'm in silver. At some point when they're going up right now, stock market is crashing today, and Bitcoin was up pretty significantly, and the rest of the altcoins over the last several days have gotten a nice little pump. So that's interesting that Bitcoin basically did opposite. And could they be signaling what's coming for the stock market? The stock market's going to turn around and start to go up. Very possible. So I predicted that they would get another rise before they crash really deeply, but we'll see. So silver, precious metals is your best bet. I said long ago they would act like crypto. I think Bitcoin this year is up like, I don't know, 12% since it's been going up the last several days. Now it's up 12%, but it was down for the last year. Oh, you go back a year. And of course, at this point for the last year, silver's up over 200%. So again, I see another 400% rise from where it's at right now. So we'll see that $94 silver now. So what is that? Let me see. So probably well over 95 tomorrow, maybe 96, 97, or maybe even more. And then what it's been doing, it pulls back after it runs like crazy. I think it's running for 100 real hard. It wants 100. And we want it to go over 100 aggressively, maybe 105, and then it'll pull back and 100, 105, play around, do another bull flag, and then take off to 125. So I think that's what we're going to see. I've got 2,500 ounces. You bought $40. Loving life now. Silver's at 93. Yeah, you're going to see a lot more, a lot higher. So good job. 2,500. That's a nice little chunk. So hopefully, guys, over the last couple of years or recently, before it started cranking, you got nice chunks of it, nice big stockpiles of ounces of silver, platinum, gold, all those. Right, it's going to do you well. All right, going forward, it's going to be like those guys back in the Depression in 1929, where the stock market crashed and they somehow anticipated that and just knew something. And that's the way Lake Tahoe, there was a guy here that basically, bet the stock market was going to crash. He had some insights, I think. And he did unbelievably well. And he basically bought half of Lake Tahoe. It's crazy. I went to his house this last summer. I'd always wanted to go to it, but I was a poor boy and working hard, so I couldn't take the time off. So finally got to see his house. Wow, boy, he had video surveillance back in the 30s. Video surveillance and facial recognition. Wow, it's been around a while. So this if you have the money now, I'm sure some of the people who have the money have some really super high-tech stuff, just like those guys that went in and got Maduro. Super high-tech stuff, right? Shut everything down, shut the lights off, shut the radar off, shut everything off, and then everybody's like bleeding from their noses and ringing in the ears and collapsed, and then those guys came down and they're shooting 300 rounds a minute each, and there's like 20 of them. Woo! Wow. They're tearing the place up. But everybody's thinking they're like super soldiers. No, you just get that good, all right? Now, I was a Navy SEAL Team 6 guy when we did the Panama invasion, and I was involved in other training missions and so forth. And so you get really, really good, very, very fast. So now that's like over 20 years ago, and I can tell you that every few weeks we would get more high-tech stuff, and then we'd like try it out, and it's like, oh yeah, this is even more high-tech than we already had, and then we'd integrate it, and a few weeks or a month or two later we get something even more high-tech. So that was for everything that we were using, our weapon systems, sightings, night vision goggles, all kind of crazy stuff. So I was in Red Squadron, and Red Squadron, we were the hunk team, because we all push weight. We're all big, jocks, and we could handle the pounding that you'd get when you jumped out and you got onto the speedboats, and then you make the approach to the cruise ships to take down the cruise ships. We always got that mission because we're all like big studly guys. We get the hell pounded out of us. And all the other teams are like, take the helos and fast rope in. We're like, we like the tough stuff. And so we were the ones that basically were using lasers and night vision and silencers and all that kind of stuff. The other teams are like, poo, you guys, you think so high tech, but now they all got that stuff. So that's cool. All right, guys. And that stuff is way more advanced. And I was a breacher, and they were talking about how Maduro was about to lock himself into a thick steel, cell cage, safe room, and they'd already anticipated that. They knew he had that, and they could get into. They could had cutting torches or whatever. They could burn through thick steel, and they could be in there and have him within 58 seconds. Wow, man, those guys have advanced a lot. That's so cool. All right, guys, lots of love. America's winning. I tell you, our technology is so advanced that no one wants to mess with us. All right, it's so advanced. Everybody's like scared of nuclear bombs. We got stuff worse than that, right? So, yeah, much cleaner and takes people out a lot faster, right? So yeah, it's just crazy. High tech is the way to go. I loved it, and I know those guys are super advanced with it now. So like Trump just said recently, the only thing that's saving the world right now is my morals, something like that. All right, because everything's so super high tech, he could like just take over the world, guys. Yeah, that's the way it is right now. So those guys in Greenland, they're like, we don't want to be in America. You hear people talking about it. That I think, I don't know if it was Nick Sorter or one of those guys went up there, was asking the people like several months ago, like 6 months ago. It was like half and half. People, some of them are like, oh, hell yeah. And other people's like, no, that'll never happen. It's going to happen. All right. Get used to it. You'll like it when it happens because it's going to be, you have a much better life. All right. Everywhere that we're going to come in, everyone's going to have a much better life. Right. All right, guys. Lots of love. Stay in the love vibration. And I will see you guys next time. Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jaco with Unleashing Intuition Secrets, joined today by Eric Holt. And we're basically going to look at election fraud in Colorado, of all places. Wow. Tina Peters, we've talked about that quite a bit. Eric, election fraud in Colorado, of all places.
Veteran,
Wow.
and
Tina Peters, let me turn that one off. So veteran, Army veteran, you're in Ramadi, Eric?
Yeah, Ramadi, Iraq, 05.
Wow. So you're running around with the SEALs there at that time?
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't, but they were there kicking some butt,
Wow.
It's funny because they're all well known and famous now, but back then, they were just super soldiers that we were looking at going, hell yeah, guys, go do your thing,
Very good. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's where Jocko Willink and a lot of the guys I work with actually they kick some pretty serious butt there. So yeah, combat action veteran, 18 years, and then you got out, went to Colorado. You wanted to be with your daughters and help them out. You went through a pretty tough, I guess, divorce or whatever. So you didn't finish your 20. God, that was so close. Oh my God. But and then you go to Colorado. Get us up to speed from there.
Yeah, so in 2018, I went through divorce. How those go. They're not fun.
Yeah.
But that, a custody battle after a while and not being able to work things out, right? So I got full custody in 2022, which kind of launched me in a decision to leave federal service and seek out something I'd be home every night on. So local fire chief's job. I was serving as an interim chief and the court granted me full custody. So then I put in for the permanent and I got it, obviously. Otherwise I wouldn't be here talking about it. But kick some butt, man. I mean, we built a department from scratch that served the community super well. And then
you only had like 5 people that were trained up, and you got it up to 60.
Yeah, so like the dynamics of small town America. This is in the mountains, Colorado, right behind Pikes Peak. So when I took over, it was very fractured. Like 4 or 5 volunteers, and I always say that you may not get somebody that's certified to do medical care if you call 911 in that. And so when I got hired and put my vision forward, it was to professionalize the department, and we went out and recruited hard. We got 60 people. We brought in like 14 EMTs, and we had put another 7 in the pipeline for school. We took response times down from 19 minutes to 7 minutes in a 6-month stretch of time.
Incredible.
So if you're a community member or like rely on a fire department, that's what you want to see, I would imagine, right? I want qualified people there that can help me if I dial 911 or my kids, and to get there as fast as they can with those qualified people. So that's what we focused on.
Yeah, that's fantastic. So what got you to Colorado? Were you raised there?
No. So I in 03 I had joined the Army. I grew up in Northern California in the hill country, where the gold rush was. So not too far from where you're at, but
Nice.
in 03, they give you your dream sheet where you want to go, and I always put Fort Carson. But I was stationed in Germany, deployed to Iraq, came to Fort Hood. When I got out of the Army, I stayed at the Fort Hood Fire Department as a civilian firefighter. And then, after some time, the Nadal Hassan shooting had happened, and Fort Hood just kind of changed a bit, you know what I mean? And so sought an opportunity to just transfer up to Fort Carson in the mountains, and I loved it. So that's where we lived for a little over a decade out there.
Very nice, very nice. So you're working in the fire department, and get us up to speed about how the election fraud happened. You train everybody up. You're doing, your community loves you. You got incredible background. Tell us about how you got into the fire department there, because there was some corruption or something that was going on, or they had some problems, and you came in and fixed all that.
Yeah, so when I got the call, I had mentioned I was serving as an interim chief. when I had post divorce, I had moved a little further out, away from society in the mountains, and in that community, I started working with like the incident management team. So I was known, and that I was a professional fireman. They had all my qualifications. So the fire department that I eventually became the fire chief of called because there was a lot of chaos. Like most of the board, all but one had resigned. The chief was placed on administrative leave. They came in and asked me to stabilize it. 2 weeks was the phone call, and the request turned into 5 months. I wasn't, and I wasn't getting paid during that time. I was just burning leave from my fire department. And so because of that whole scenario, which I don't want to go into, I mean, it kind of taints the story of, but this department had recurring issues. We'll just say that. And so the board had to be reconstituted. The time that I served as an interim chief, there wasn't an official board. So for anybody listening, the board is elected people like at the city or county level that is responsible for how the policies, bylaws, and most importantly, the finances, the fiduciary side of that operates. And so they're the governing body of that. So the county commissioners had to have this special process that they worked with the law firm that represented the district to actually reconstitute a governing board. And that's the people that, I didn't even know those folks. I had nothing to do with the process. I was just the interim chief serving. So the county commissioners reconstitute this board. They held this very special process where people came in and interviewed with them, all this stuff, right? So they select three people that now gives it a quorum. Their first order of business was to hire a permanent fire chief, which ended up being me. So in September of 2022, I was hired as the permanent chief. But I'll say that process created an opposing force, man. And anything that you do well, somebody's going to hate on that or say we can do it better, or you don't know what you're doing despite the success, all these things. So that was very prevalent. So because of that special process, May of 2023 was coming up, was the regular scheduled election. And most boards have staggered positions. So you might get 3 on one term and you get 2 on another. That way there's never a full turnover of the board. So despite all the success, January was the mark from September to January where we fixed all of the things. We trained our butts off. We put butts in the seats and recruited. It ended up being 62 people. Response times were down to 7 minutes. This other party kind of comes out campaigning, and they call themselves the Slate of Five, and that if you vote for one of them, you vote for all of them. They run as a consortium, basically, which is very weird already to begin this story. And
this is interesting because you probably never have been part of the political, process before until you became fire chief, and then you're seeing, that the machinations that they're all up to. And so, what was your feel for Colorado at that time as far as politically?
It was a weird time, right? So part of the reason I moved out to I wanted to get as far away from the city.
Yep.
So, very conservative county. I lived on 8 acres on a mountaintop in a log cabin. Life was good.
Yeah.
But we did have, Tina Peters' situation on Mesa County was known. We did know, and we heard about all the 2020 election stuff. I never dug into it personally. I believed there's no way that election result was possible. So I started with that, right?
Right.
The old spikes, and they don't make any sense. And I think everybody now has a pretty good understanding. But remember in 2022, it's a couple years ago where you were shadow banned, and you would lose your social profiles if you spoke out and said or questioned anything. So
I'm well aware of that.
Yeah. So even in that conservative county, like our local county commissioners were like, "Oh, well, the voting machines are so secure," and there was this mantra always going. But as far as me as an individual, I was a fireman, fire chief. I had voted in probably 3 elections in my life for president.
Yeah.
and it's kind of like the craziness of this story and this path that I've been on is now I'm like embroiled in it, and it's so obvious to see. How can people not, right? Um, and as we get into the story, like I'm a little bit unique in that I have high definition video of what took place, and people still call me a liar, you know. So it's still out there. It's insane.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at free speech. They retaliated against you, and it cost you pretty much everything. I've been, unfortunately, I've been in the situation as well, in different circumstances. But this is the way that they control people. They destroy somebody's life, and they're like, "See what we did to them? You want to speak out now?" And you were conflicted about speaking out and everything, but you're very, very high integrity, and you went forward. Tell us about, so they're going to do this election, and they do it at the fire department, which is not unusual in a small community.
Yeah, so like, I mean, this is the election is for the governing body of the fire department. It's a special district, it's just one tick below the county. And so yeah, I'll kind of get in. This is the longer portion of the story, but that group of five was very, very loud and very, very abrasive, right? Attacking everybody, telling everybody the success that we had. We were lying. I mean, literally like telling people that the people you could see are made up. They're not actually there serving the department. I mean, just craziness, right?
Yeah.
But the incumbent board, the board that had hired me, and actually, let me take one step back. It's very important for me to say it. I didn't know the board before they were my board, right? I didn't know these individuals. I had only lived in the community for about a year, so you're not meeting those neighbors, right?
Yeah.
And so May 2nd, 2023 is the election date. I had a board that supported me and my vision that had hired me. They were running on a campaign of like, look at the success in the last 6 months. We want to continue to serve. And this other party was just kind of being abrasive and like causing drama. So because of that, the incumbent board hires the law firm that represented the fire district or the special district to administer the election. That way, nobody can say something wonky happened. Literally, a law firm ran it, right? So I thought that was a good choice. Obviously, they wanted to hold it at the fire station. So, I was in contact with them of how they would take over the fire station. I would work from home and stay away. I didn't vote in this election. I wasn't present for it. And so literally May 2nd, 2023, I show up, before the sun rises. I unlock the door for the lady she's a paralegal, but her role was the designated election official. And she's the one that has oversight to make sure all the laws are followed, all this stuff. I leave. I go home. I'm working. And important note, this is a fire department, so people still dial 911 whether there's an election going on. There isn't, right? So I think the third call of the day is what places me at the fire station, but respond to this guy's home. He's having difficulty breathing. The paramedics requested that we call a medevac in, and that medevac landing site is at the fire station just outside the station. So I go there, I set up the LZ, I land the helicopter, in comes the ambulance, and the guy has gone into cardiac arrest, and now we're doing CPR. So that gentleman, unfortunately, he doesn't make it. We worked him for about 30 minutes right there in the parking lot.
Jeez.
Yeah, and that's a normal day, I would say, in the fire service. Like it is what it is. Like that's the type of business that we do, and it's actually very important to like the integrity of the story too, right? Like there's actual people that need this help. So I
can vouch for you guys a lot because I worked in the casinos here in Lake Tahoe for several years, and it was like sometimes several times a night we called the fire department, and they came in and responded like so fast and did such great work. Amazing guys. Yep.
Yeah, 100, and that's what the tug will be as we get into stories. Like I have a love for serving my community and being in the fire service. So anyways, yeah, we work this guy, we do everything we can, unfortunately sometimes you can't bring people back. So myself, the paramedic, and I think their lieutenant go back to the house. And I am the local fire chief. It is my job to break that news. I've done it way more times than I would like to, but you console the family, let them know we did everything we could, answer their questions, try to comfort them best you can. So after that process, I go back to the fire station. And now we're about midday through the election. The day that we talk about on May 2nd, 2023 was a 12-hour window of time for the voting to, all that. So we're about halfway through at this point. I get back in my chief SUV, I had a Tahoe, right? So I'm getting ready to pull out, and a voter comes up to me, and she's like, "Hey, I need to report something to you. It's super alarming." And I'm like, "Okay," and I'm not thinking something crazy is coming. I'm just kind of trying to get back into my daily mode after this call.
Right.
And she says, "So look," and she shows me a picture on her phone, and it's a poll watcher standing within. So they cone off an electioneering box. Have you ever been to the polls?
Yeah.
That's like a very sacred perimeter. Basically, there's some very specific rules on what you're allowed to do in that. So she shows me a picture on her phone. She took this poll watcher inside of that zone, standing there on her cell phone. And so, just to begin with, that in and of itself is against the statute. The statute very plainly reads like no cell phones, no recording devices, no tabulating votes. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of rules, right? And we'll get back into that. But I was like, "Oh yeah, that's concerning." She goes, "No, that's not what's concerning." And I'm like, "Okay." So she tells me she had stuffed her ballot in the box after, filling it out behind the screen, and she was walking out. Well, that poll watcher was a few steps ahead of her, so she could hear this lady coming out of the fire station on her phone. And what she told me was that what she heard was, "Did you pay them? Is this the vehicle pulling in right now?" And you can see her, and I'll come back to this again, but and then the lady reports that, like, "I saw her motion these two people over, get in close to them and tell them who to vote for, and then they went in." And I was like, "Oh, that is super concerning." And so I then take her inside to the designated election official to file that complaint. Again, I leave. This isn't actually any of my business. I'm not associated with the election.
Sure.
I just happen to be the fire chief, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the rest of the day goes by. I show back up, I think at like 8 p.m. So the whole 12-hour day is over to secure the fire station again, right? And I always describe it. I see the DEO again, and I describe her that she looks like she just fought Mike Tyson for 15 rounds.
Wow.
Not black and blue, but like just worn down, like heavy and tired, And I'm like, "You all right?" She's got to drive like 2 hours back home. And she's like, "This day was insane. It was crazy." I'm like, "Well, hey, get home safe. If you need anything, let me know." I lock the door. I go home again, right?
Mm.
At that time, we did know the results. And so the results were all 5 of those individuals that were non-incumbents won.
Wow.
And what I'll say is, 1, incumbents are always favored in every election.
Absolutely.
2, when you're running on a campaign of like logistical, logical, like people can see its success. Generally, you have a pretty strong grasp of that. So it was a surprise to hear that all 5 non-incumbents won. But the more surprising thing was we knew the vote count, and the vote count happened to be like 3 times higher than the expected turnout was. And so that's just a little nugget in your brain, right? When you're like, "Oh, that's odd." So I didn't really care. I didn't concern myself with who won because, again, my job is fire chief. I'm contracted to be the fire chief. That's my job. I don't have allegiance to people, and so I go about it. Well, a day or 2 later, I'm in the local market. I always say this. I was a fire chief, so I did like hamburger helper for my kids. But so I'm probably buying that, and another person comes up. She's like, "Hey, I need to tell you something about the election." And I was like, "Okay, what was it?" And that person tells me, "Well, when I was voting, I was being recorded from the poll watchers, and like very rude comments and looks and all this stuff. Like I felt intimidated while I was casting my ballot." And I was like, "Oh, well, that's concerning. You need to reach out to the DEO again. Here's the contact information." But I followed up with that deal. I called her. She's the paralegal in the law firm that represents the fire district. I've worked with them on a professional basis for, it's like 6 months at that point, maybe a year. Somewhere in between that time span, right? But I know them. So I call again and I go, hey, I just heard this. Somebody's going to be calling you. And she's like, yeah, we've gotten like 3 or 4 other complaints now. We're actually really concerned of what took place. And I'm like, okay, what do you guys want me to do? And they're like, nothing. Like, we're working with the incumbent president who's in that sort of, you would call it a lame duck, right?
Yeah.
She's got, a month, 45 days until the term is up and the new people take over, but she's still the president. So they were talking to her. I'll say, I had heard this. So I always describe this, Michael, as like this fire in my belly that I call it like a morality fire, right? I'm grappling with like the things that I've heard, but I'm also working. And I also go home to my 2 teen girls that I have full custody of. And this is my livelihood, being a fire chief. And I got to look them in the face. And whatever decisions I make affect them. And that's a very heavy weight as a dad, especially a single dad, I think, So I tuck them in one night, I go to bed, and I literally tell everybody this openly. It's not normal to have an out loud conversation with yourself, but I did. And I sat on my bed and I'm like, okay, you've heard these things. Your mind's running. Your stomach's burning because you can't ignore it. But Eric, you idiot, this is not a good thing for you to do, because if these people find out, they're going to get rid of you. And then I can't feed
So
these girls.
you were already feeling that, huh?
Yeah, I knew from the moment that I got involved in this, like the ramifications could be extreme.
Yeah. Why do you think they targeted that community with these 5 to come in and take over?
Well, they all live in that community. This is an answer everybody has always asked me, and I don't know the answer because there's ego, there's local popularity. The thing that I saw that made the most sense is if you control a fire department with over $1 million budget, and you live in this housing and development or an HOA, which these people happen to be all associated with, you can spend all of that money to improve the services for yours and ignore the rest, right?
Wow.
And there's some status that comes with it. But there's no these people aren't making $100,000 to serve on the board, right? There's not like a financial gain to be made per se. So it has always been this weird thing of why would somebody go to the extremes that I'll detail here in a few minutes, but it just never made sense.
Yeah.
Except for ego.
Have you seen anything else in other surrounding communities that were anyone else talk about how it was some anomalous things that were happening as far as voting?
Well, again, Tina Peters was like on trial during this time.
Yeah.
So I mean in Colorado it was pretty we had turned the page of the 2020, but like now Tina's being prosecuted. People are a little bit more opened up. And I think conservative America was like the mail-in voting scheme was a bunch of BS to begin with.
Absolutely.
And so I don't know. I think we all are influenced by the circles that we have in communities. Sure. And so my community was firefighters, right? Like it was a conversation topic, but it wasn't something that was like how I am now. You know what I mean? Where like every day I'm looking into stuff.
I grew up in a family of fire chiefs. My uncle, both my cousins were fire chiefs. Very, very conservative. They didn't talk about anything. Right. All of them were quiet. And I've noticed that about firefighters. Very, very humble, very quiet. But widespread. I remember visiting Colorado, Denver. I had a buddy. I used to be into tracking and survival stuff, and I had a buddy that was there. And I remember going to Denver, and it was a very, very conservative place at the time.
Yeah,
seems to have radically changed. It's like, what happened?
Yeah, it's a third world country now, man. Denver's horrible. Yeah, so I will say this. Since I've learned more about this, I think this was very prevalent before my knowledge of it. And I know that because what I compared to my situation was happening in the school district that my kids were going to was just this ideological battle.
Oh
and
my God.
lawsuits and all, you know.
Widespread everywhere. Wow.
Yeah, and so I've come to realize, man, that what I'll detail as we go through this story
Yeah.
happens, and that is how people at local elections continue to have power, how they take over school boards and feed just vile, nasty agenda to our children while they're young and impressionable.
Hmm.
It's been super awakening to be a part of this and then go, oh, this isn't, I'm not some anomaly. I'm not.
Oh wow.
This happens in everywhere, in every election, probably. I just happen to have it on film.
It sounds like you got some great evidence, and I heard you on another show, and wow, you have it outlined so very well. So let's jump into that and how you got the video. This is amazing. So again, you're very conservative, very humble, very quiet. Do your job, but when you see something wrong, you have one of the rare people have really dug deep, found out great information that could serve humanity, and you were crushed for it.
Yeah, but and we'll talk about that. But I'm far more blessed than I was. I'm harmed, I guess. But
Sure.
so literally that night that I was telling you about sitting on my bed, I was just like super struggling with this, man. It's back to Pinocchio, the Jiminy Cricket on your shoulder, right? He's telling me what the right thing to do is, and literally I made a promise to myself out loud. I said, look, my character and what I believe in, my morality and integrity has never been for sale. And so if something's wrong, it is my job as a public servant, as a veteran, as a citizen of the United States of America to stand against it. And I said, they're going to come after you. There's going to be retaliation. There's going to be ramifications of this. Are you prepared to handle that? As a single dad, two daughters downstairs sleeping. And I said, you know what? Whatever it is, I will take it on. And I made the decision right then and there that is still guiding me 2.5 years later today, that whatever this fight took, I was going to fight it. So the next day I wake up, I go to work, I put my uniform on, I get off duty. So like 4 in the afternoon, I go home, I change, get in my personal truck, and I go to Walmart. I buy a couple thumb drives, and I drive to another business location, which is this third party company that manage the security system of the fire station. So they're a remote site, they're like 15, 20 minutes down the road, but they own the servers, they own the equipment, they do all the IT work. They're the ones that have it, not me, the fire chief. So I go in there, and the best way to relate this is a FOIA. Everybody understands what a FOIA is. I didn't have to go that official route because I knew how to go straight to the company, obviously. That's a little bit of inside knowledge, but like anybody could have. The typical route that FOIA would have happened was that somebody would have FOIA requested, or in Colorado, it's called a CORA, Colorado Open Records Act. They would submit that to the fire department. The fire department would contact the third party company. They would get what is requested, they would give it over. I was able to shortchange that because I already knew who the company was, right? So I go to them. I do this as Eric Holt, not fire chief. This is a very important part of this.
Yeah.
I'm in plain clothes. I pay out of my own bank account, my personal account, not the department's. I don't identify myself as the fire chief, although I'm sure that they knew, right? But there is nuance to that distinction. So I go home. Next day, I think it was, they called me. Could have been 2 days, been a couple of years. But I go pick this thumb drive up, and they're like, "Here you go, man." And I always joke, it's funny to look in retrospect, but like I always say it tingled like I was holding a nuke launch code or something on this thumb drive because it was scary, man. And not in fear, like combat fear, like I wasn't shooken by it, but the unknown and what I had heard. So I go home, I do the dad thing, I put the kids to bed again. I sit down and I'm like, what the hell am I looking for? I don't even know what to look for, right? And then I'm a fire chief. I'm not an investigator. I don't know election law. So I go on Google and I type in Colorado election laws. And lo and behold, Google does what Google does. And it spit me back a link. And I clicked it and I read through it. And there's a list of rules. So I print that list of rules out and I set it right here next to my laptop. And I open the thumb drive. And what it is 4 folders. Folder 1 has 12 1-hour clips in it because it's camera 1 for a 12-hour day. And camera 2, 3, and 4, right? Well, camera 4 was not activated for all of the 12 hours. So the total footage ends up being just under 48 hours. Okay. And I start watching folder 1, hour 1, and I just start playing it. And the first thing that jumped out at me was a poll watcher. And just to give you a layout of the room, the camera's in the far corner of the back side of the room. So you can see everybody walk in the front door. There's the election staff at a table here. And then at the end of it, directly under the camera, but it's behind them, is the poll watcher station. And these poll watchers, there's 6 of them. 5 of them are for the winning candidates, assigned by those candidates to be their poll watchers. And one that I didn't know. I didn't know this guy, but there was like 12 total candidates for 5 seats. So as I'm watching, I see one of the poll watchers open a laptop. Well, rule 1 is no recording devices. No electronic devices is like rule, whatever. Well, she flips that open and you can see her screen because the camera's behind her that she's recording the room.
Wow.
And so I was like, oh, well, that's a rule. Let me put a tally mark on the law violations and just keep track of them that way.
Mm-hmm.
So over the next few days, I go through 48 hours of footage or just under, just shy. And I come back to that paper with all the rules listed and there's hundreds of tally marks. And I'm like, okay, so nobody violates the law hundreds of times on one day or a group of people. That's not an accident, man. And so once I did that, I was like, all right, there's got to be a scheme and I need to show it if I'm going to ever, take this to the next level or to anybody official. So I go back through it. And now I'm piecing together what all those hundreds of tally marks mean into, is there a scheme or is there not? And so the first thing I did was I go to that call. Remember, I told you I'd run an emergency incident and went and told the family. So I knew about the time from my call card, my dispatch CAD, what time I was there at the fire station, and what that complaint was that the lady told me. So I find that, and it's the outside camera, which was camera 2. It might have been 3 actually, but it's got high definition video with audio. And so I find it. The lady's walking out on her cell phone. Again, the cell phone in the electioneering box is already a violation. But I can hear the wind is out there, so I don't hear the "did you pay him" part. But I very clearly heard her say, "Is this the vehicle pulling into the station?" Okay, cool. Motions these people over, and I can hear them come together and her start to talk to them and tell them who to go vote for. And I was like, that's enough to corroborate what that complaint was. But it also confirmed to me, if she's on the cell phone receiving people, that means somebody is off site coordinating something. We have a scheme afoot, right?
Yeah, I have a large scale
Yeah.
corruption going on there. It's not just the people that are being voted into office, but also the poll watchers, and then they're paying people. So there's money involved, and where'd that money come from? Wow, this is big.
Yeah.
It's big.
Yeah. So then I keep watching, Michael, and I go back inside camera, no audio in there, right? So it's kind of it's difficult to see what's going on. But what I caught was some very overt like hat tips or thumbs up or pointing as people would leave the voting screens and they would go to where they put the ballot in the box that's locked. But in that transition, they're interacting with those poll watchers. And I was like, okay, small town, if you know somebody, but not hundreds of people, right? That would be a little bit more than a coincidence. But what I eventually caught is those poll watchers at that table, when somebody comes in, they fill out their ballot and then they leave and they tip, they were clicking. And I finally caught a very clear image where they're comparing these track counters, where the little round thing where you click. And so I go, oh, that's what they're doing. but it's not enough as of yet to guarantee an election outcome. You can know the total count, and you can somewhat count who you think's favorable to you, but it doesn't guarantee it, right? So camera 4, I pulled that up. Camera 4 was an engine bay where the fire engine parks in the garage, 365 days or 364 days out of that year. This one day we had moved it outside so they could have their space. Well, they had set up the official ballot counting room in there, and they did it right under a high definition camera with audio.
Mm.
And this is the most alarming one, Michael, man. So I start watching it, and the first thing, like, I imagine, I can't even watch a movie on Netflix without kind of like slouching. I'm a pretty busy body guy, so all of this footage is not super fun to watch. It's not entertaining.
I bet, yeah.
Yeah, so it's kind of just drab, and my interest is limited in it. But the audio and this election judge is like reading ballots. Now this is post election. There was nothing on the day of, right, where I could tap in and counter anything. But this is a week or two later. She's counting these or the names, or she's reading out who's voted for, right? And every time she does that, there's a click, click, click. And I catch the click, and I like magnify it in, and there's a poll watcher sitting like this, and they would call out the 5 names on that ballot, and he'd go click. And if I can hear it on camera, you're damn sure that the person 3 feet away, that's a paid election judge, can hear that.
Wow.
And man, I'm like, I was kind of slouched back just watching these things, and the paid election judge like makes this as a joke, and I didn't think it was a joke then, and I don't now. She goes, ha 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 ha, this election's so fixed, and they all kind of laugh, and I shot up, and I was like, what did she just say? So there was another one where a new set of poll watchers come in, and this same paid election judge is like, the DEO said this was going to be contentious, and blah blah, and she told us we had to dot every I and cross every T, and I told her who's going to follow or who's going to enforce these rules, not me. I'm not going to do it. And they like are joking about it, and I'm like,
wow,
holy. So the final part of it was one of the candidates, 3 of the poll watchers met on the outside camera directly underneath it. They couldn't have picked a better spot, but they literally detailed what the vote count was that they were guaranteed to win. And then the other poll watcher was like, yeah, just so you know, like, we've been in there counting and they don't care. And so these are the vote totals. Like, you won, you're going to be happy. And I was like, well, that's it. That's a slam dunk, man. Like, the whole scheme I have on HD video. And so I reached back out to the attorney, and I'm like, hey, this is what I found. I haven't talked to her in a few days. There's kind of like a 3-part thing happening at this time. Like, the incumbent president and the attorney were talking, right? And she was aware of like their concerns. So the incumbent president filed a court injunction saying, hey, the election is met. There's something wrong here. I was talking to the attorney without knowledge of that going on, right? And I told her what I found. She's like, look, I gotta call the DA on this. Like, there's something here, and if what you have is like, we need to report this. And I'm like, okay, cool. And so I was super naive back then to how all this stuff unfolds and corruption and how it goes. So I called the DA's office, and I'm like, hey, I need to talk to the DA. And they're like, no. I'm like, well, who can I talk to? I need to report something, And so they're like, oh, well, somebody will call you back. So in between that, the attorney tells me she filed a thing with the DA. Well, they reach back out to me, and I meet a DA investigator. He is a post-certified law enforcement officer that investigates crimes, right? So I meet with this guy. I show him not 40 hours. I sat with him for about an hour or two, right? But I gave him the high level stuff.
Yeah.
And I gave him that tally sheet that I had, or a copy of it. And he tells me, like, it's blatantly clear I
Yeah.
got you, man.
Slam dunk. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So that meeting with him happened May 19th, 2023. Okay. On May 24th, the people that were elected or had won the election decided they didn't want to wait. They've been notified that there's a criminal investigation. They don't want to wait for June 10th transition or the possibility that the court injunction that was filed on May 15th is successful or that somebody gets arrested. So on May 24th, they hold a meeting and they tell the community, we have seized power, we are in charge.
Wow.
And I write to the attorney. There's a memorandum that is posted on my socials, but I literally put it out there like, hey, I need to know who the board is, basically. She calls me and she as a law firm said, we have a conflict of interest. I can't represent these people while I am the one that reported them to the DA's office. And I go, well, I'm the fire chief and I don't really have that option. Like the fire department still has to run. And these people come in with a fury, man. Their first action was an email to me. And the first item on this list of things was give them the login and password and the location of the security system.
Wow. So they didn't think that anyone would, look at that, evidently.
I don't think they did. I think they thought, they could scheme their way out of this. And in their defense, they have so far. But I'll get to that. I'll get to how they got out of this. They do that. Of course, I called the DA investigator. I'm like, hey, these people want. He's like, don't give it to them, And so he is talking to me that they have an active criminal investigation, and like they call and they're like, are you investigating us? And he's like, yeah, and so they start holding all these meetings. Like they even held this other meeting that they declared that they were doing it at like the library instead of the fire station because there was a security system at the fire station. Now, I'm a law-abiding dude. I don't care if there's a camera on me or there isn't when I go into a public building, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I have some personal beliefs against some of that, but nonetheless, like security systems in American culture are somewhat acceptable that like they're a security thing. You feel safer if anything happens that you're on camera, right? So they attack it. They go after the fact that there's a security system. Then the next day, May 26th, I get a phone call and they're like, we froze the bank accounts. And I'm like, who the hell freezes bank accounts for a fire department? What's the logical thing there? And so just to speed up, this is like day by day, absolute chaos. They're harassing the firefighters. They're making threats at people. They're threatening me. And I just kind of like go through it and I'm dealing with, and I'm believing that this criminal investigation will work itself out. My job is to keep the fire department operating, right? Well, on June 6th, the insurance company calls and says we didn't get paid. And they're about the fifth or sixth call that I had gotten, as well as payroll got screwed up, right? And so the thing that I had been told was we froze the bank accounts, but we're allowed to individually approve things. And so nothing will get delayed. Well, that wasn't true. So what had happened is this guy, Paul Del Toro, who's the board president, one of those elected people, went to the bank account and posed as if he had legal authority over those bank accounts. Well, the bank manager agreed to it in that meeting, but the bank's legal department went, wait a minute, this guy is not a signatory on this bank account. He can't come in and freeze it. And so they put a bank fraud hold on the bank account.
Yeah.
And so he did not come clean at that point. And so, as bills go to process, they're not getting paid and getting kicked back. So the insurance I had given him the invoice on May 30th. He had signed this document that he was aware of it. I was just sort of playing because I didn't actually know who the board was, right? Legally speaking. But all these things were trying to get themselves worked out with the court. the criminal investigation, law firms, all this stuff. I'm just trying to keep on. Well, the insurance said, we didn't get paid. We're going to cancel your insurance. And so they call me in a panic. And on June 6th, I get told, shut the fire department down. We don't have insurance. And I did that. And the news and every local community member came screaming. As you can imagine, the fire department is shut down and can't respond to calls.
Mm.
And that lasted about 4 hours, 5 hours. Well, at the time that this all happened, I didn't know everything that I know now from court discovery. But what took place is at 3:18 or something in p.m., Paul paid the invoice. He sends the insurance company the wire confirmation number and everything. At 4:30, he called me, the fire chief, and said, shut the fire department down. Why would you, after you paid it, wait an hour and 20 minutes and then shut the fire department down unless you're scheming, right?
Trying to sabotage.
Yeah.
So I think all of them should be under criminal investigation for sabotaging a well-run fire department and, pushing you out of, having been the guy that made it what it is. So it's just a clear-cut case for them to be, charged and get fined or prison time or something. Jeez.
Yeah. So yeah, just to kind of get through this, on May 19th, I had met with that criminal investigator. On June 22nd, 33 days later, these people that have seized power fire me from my job. And they tell the community, and they hold this meeting and said it was my fault that this insurance never got paid. And I put the community at risk and all this stuff, and they fire me. And they do it in very humiliating, public fashion. They literally rented a movie popcorn machine and were serving it like this was a party while I'm losing my livelihood, right? So I have to go home to my daughters and tell them I've lost my job. And this is where I give credit to my girls. They are badasses, man. They just looked me in the face and they said, you'll figure it out. We're good. And I was just like, because as a dad, man, that's a hard conversation to have. But I filed a lawsuit, man. First Amendment retaliation case in the federal court of Colorado. And, at the time, my attorney's like, look, we'll get your job back. This will be quick, blah, blah, blah. Give us a month. I'm like, all right, cool. So that didn't happen. The people I'm suing throw up a defense of every procedural move that they can. They initially motion to dismiss it right away, go through limited discovery. They file for a summary judgment. And that took 2 years. So from July 2023 until May of
the bigger
25.
case, the case of obvious fraud in the election. What
Yeah.
happened with the police and the DA and the court system? Wow, this looks like even bigger and bigger fraud.
Yeah, we're about to reach the mountaintop on this. So May of 25, I get notified, man. Your case is dismissed on summary judgment. And the judge's ruling was I was the fire chief. And because I was the fire chief, me investigating and me cooperating with law enforcement was just part of my job duties. Therefore, I am not protected by the First Amendment. Because in First Amendment retaliation, associated with workplace, right? The first thing that you have to pass, the first hurdle, there's 5 of them in the Garcetti Pickering balancing test. And the first one is an official duty. And she determined it was an official duty of mine to investigate election fraud and cooperate with law enforcement. And so she dismissed my case. So I called the attorney, or he called me, I'm sorry, that I have paid, at this point, it's been 2 years. I've sold my home in Colorado. I gave him, at this point, almost $90,000 after selling my home. I have no job. It takes me over a year to find any employment again. I moved halfway across the country. I'm living in my stepdad's backyard in a camper trailer with my daughters. This is how far the retaliation is, and we have fallen in this. I've given this attorney every penny I have to keep fighting this battle because it was my only hope. So he calls and he goes, hey man, you lost your case. The judge got it wrong. I think we can win an appeal. Do you want to do that? And I'm like, yeah, this is my only you know, recourse. I have no other options in life. And he's like, okay, cool, I'll do that, but you got to give me 50,000 up front and pay me $4,000 a month through the process. And I'm like, I'm living in a camper, bro. Like, I've given you $100,000 to do this already. And he goes, well, you got like 14 days to file the appeal. If you can't pay me, you know, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, crushed, dude. I'm crushed. I've lost everything. And this is a pivotal moment. I'll get to what you asked in just a sec. But I have 2 teenage daughters and a girlfriend. Teenage girls chat like there's no, there's never going to be another conversation. They got to get it in now. So the day that I get this phone call from my attorney and I know I don't have a lawyer going forward, I'm eating dinner with them and they're just chatting away. But it's almost like I'm sure you've been around an IED blast, that, that like ringing where you don't hear anything for a few minutes. That's what it felt like. I couldn't hear them talking, and then my mind is just running again. Like, you idiot, you made a mistake. How could you do this? And in that moment, man, that dad rage came out of me. I said, there's no way these girls will ever see me quit anything in life. I'll never show them that lesson. And so, like, I come back and, like, the hearing comes back in. And in that moment, I decided whatever it took, I made the promise that night on my bed that I would fight and fight and fight. And so I literally finished dinner and went and started reading case law. And I filed my appeal pro se in the 10th Circuit Court of Appeals. And I started that process. And then my buddy Fragoza owns Collecting Head Media. He's a buddy I went to high school with. He's one of my best friends. He's like, you're not quitting, right? And I'm like, no, I'm gonna do this, man. I'm gonna do it pro se. And he told me, start your Justice for Whole pages. Those are the ones I still run. He said, just walk around and tell the story in 5 to 10 minute clips and start doing it. And so I started doing that, and I started every night. When you file an appeal, it's actually pretty quick, but it costs like $800 to do it. But then you go on the clock where you have to start filing briefs. And now I'm in the world of trying to be an attorney, and so I'm reading case law, hundreds and hundreds of pages every night.
Wow.
And I draft my appellate briefs. They file their response, and of course they just slam me that I don't know what I'm talking about and I'm pro se and all this stuff. And then I file my response, which is your final word. And I thought I did really well on it. I started somewhat reaching out to people to tell my story. I mean, in this transition, before I started pro se, my attorney didn't want me to speak. And so nobody knew my story. And it was just all part of like sharing it while doing these. So in the appellate brief, and this is where I get to answer your question, I'm reading thousands and thousands of pages of case law, of the discovery materials, all of it. And in that process, man, one night I was just reading and reading, and I go to sleep. In the dead of my sleep, I shot up out of my sleep because two pieces of information connected in my dream, I guess. But what it was is I was reading that day the investigation file from that criminal investigation. And all I had ever gotten was a phone call after I'd lost everything and been fired that they were not filing charges on everybody and closing it. And I was like, how is that possible? It's on high definition camera. And they were really rude to me. And he was like, you know what? Just, you can open record request, didn't get the files, goodbye. And he hung up on me. And in that, the very last supplement, so every time they do like a report, it's called a supplement. So supplement 18 was signed by Chief Deputy District Andrew Vaughn on August 1st, 2023. So just a month after, basically, I had been fired. But what was crazy about it was I filed my lawsuit and they had gotten served July 28th of 2023. So 3 days later, and I was like, that's weird timing. Well, when you have an attorney, you don't necessarily know who you're litigating against. So remember, that guy's name was Andrew Vaughn. Well, the law firm I litigate against and still am litigating against is named Vaughn and DeMuro Law. And so I called a private investigator. I looked up. This Kinetic Investigations out of Evans, Georgia, is one of the top like intel guys in the Army. He's now retired. I trusted him. I send him this, and he gets me a report back, and I go, "Is Vaughn and DeMuro Law connected to Andrew Vaughn, who works at the DA's office?" And I send him what I have, and he sends me a report back that says yes. The lead attorney for Vaughn and DeMuro is the father of the chief deputy district attorney that ended your criminal investigation. And when I had that, I went back to the timeline, and it's clear as day. The people that were caught on camera and fired me hire Vaughn and DeMuro Law, or the insurance does. And 3 days later, the guy's son from the law firm is the chief deputy district attorney, the number 2. He steps in, says, end this investigation as a no file.
Wow.
And so now I have a conflict of interest in a father and son. And you want to find out how deep corruption goes against a normal citizen that does the right thing in life. This is the odds against me, but yeah. And so just to kind of get us where we're at currently, if I can, if you have any, do you have any more questions, Michael, on that?
Oh, that's good. Wow, this is amazing.
It hasn't been amazing to live through, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, amazing reveal.
Yeah.
I'm sure it really sucked for you bad and your family.
Yeah, just at every twist and turn, there was more corruption, man. So I write the DA's office. Michael Allen is the elected DA there. I put it out on X like, hey, I discovered this. This needs to go to a special prosecutor outside the jurisdiction to review this. He followed me back on X. So I immediately messaged him like, what the F, man? And I'm not like super nice to him because his office has screwed me over.
Yeah.
So he has somebody look into it, I'll say. And that guy, I recorded the phone call when he called me. It's on my socials. He's an asshole, plain and simple. He tells me there's nothing there. He can't see nothing, yada, yada. Well, I went back to my files and guess who he was having parties with and stuff. Well, that law firm. So I have his name listed in party invitations and stuff. So there's even deeper corruption, right? So I've filed something with DOJ Civil Rights. I haven't heard back from them, unfortunately, yet, but it's only been maybe a month since I did that. I'm waiting on a panel assignment for the 10th Circuit Court of Appeals. I'm confident in that. Because of me sharing my story, I was on Tina Peters' show with Yehuda Miller, guest hosting. That got me the attention of a guy named Joe Altman, who does Conservative Daily or Untamed podcast. He had me on his show. Joe is an amazing dude. He actually just announced, I think last week, he's running for governor. So if you live in Colorado and you want to see the change of this corruption, vote for Joe Altman for governor. Just to plug him. But he's been so helpful, man. He put me in touch with a couple like contacts that put me in touch with another attorney. And I finally had Mountain States Legal Foundation come forward and to take my case pro bono in the 10th Circuit. So that's a huge victory for me to just have, pro se, you're very limited. At least I've got some heavy hitters now helping me. And they'll do the oral arguments once that comes. Unfortunately, last week, which is crazy because this story is, almost going to be 3 years old here. But last week, that attorney filed a lawsuit against me that was representing me. So I've given this guy over $100,000 that he has been able to, pocket. He recovered nothing from me or for me. I'm sorry. And is now suing me, saying that I owe another $50,000. So now I have a third case that I have to fight for the guy that was supposed to be my ally.
Corrupt system, obviously.
Yeah. So, this I'm not one to ask for things, but this is where I plug. If anybody wants to help to the defense fund, I do have the Give, Send, Go and the GoFundMe. If you'll throw those up, maybe I can get enough to not be sued by the very attorney while I am able to fight this stuff. A victory is on it is on the horizon. There, when you don't shut up and you keep fighting, and you come on great shows like this, Michael. Thank you for having me on, man. Like, Americans rally around each other. You know, here's the thing, and here's a challenge. I don't like to ask for this, but the lady that you know, and I'm sitting here trying to fight, and it's just hard. But I believe in the citizens of this country, and I believe that they'll rally around me, put their arms around me and my kids, and we'll carry this through to a victory. And you know, nobody takes you serious until you have a court victory.
Yeah.
But they'll face it someday. I promise you that. I am not going anywhere.
Yeah. That's great. Good job, Eric. And, you know, we've had Alpha Warrior on. I don't know if you follow him or know him, but he was kind of in your situation. They were coming after him, destroying his life. And we got behind him as a community, you know, helped him. He said when he came on my show, he had like $50 in his bank account, and the FBI is coming after him, the LADA, all kind of crazy stuff. And so the community stepped in and helped him out, and now he's winning cases against them. And so this is the way it's done, you know, community support, because we have obviously a group that is entrenched, and we can't get them out with the, you know, voting system as it is right now, because they're obviously there where you're at, and then they're all backing each other up. Everybody. Geez, it's like you can't win against the system, but we can if we start to work together. And this is great to have, you know, people come on and talk about their situations. Tina Peters, you know,
great Tina,
kind of similar situation where she's basically exposing the corruption, and now she's in prison. So at least you're not in Colorado anymore. Don't let them come get you. So,
yeah. No, I consider myself a political exile for sure. And Michael, Tina has suffered so much more than I have. Her case is number one every day of the week. I mean, I'm so fully behind her. She's such a great woman that has been persecuted. But yeah, you know, this is how they do it. This is lawfare, right? So for 3 years I've fought this, and I haven't been able to get it into court and show the evidence. If you continue to fight, you do get past procedure. And so what the defense here is they bankrupt you, and if they can bankrupt you, then they don't have to fight the evidence. They'll just file motions to stall, or, you know, this technicality, that technicality. That's as far as I've ever gotten so far. But if I win this appellate case, they have to face the evidence. And that's how you win. That's how, you know, Ash in America on X and all those, like, they were pro se, but you have to get past those procedural hurdles, and you got to be willing to fight for years at a large expense. But I'm doing it, man, and I'm going to win this.
Yeah, good job. I believe you are. So, yeah, we have all your links in the description box. So if anybody wants to support you, which I highly appeal to everybody. So like I said, we can't win unless we support each other. So yeah, we'll definitely support you, and hopefully we'll get some, you know, have you back on where you're talking about your victories in the future. It'd be great.
Yeah, I can't wait to come back on for that. So yeah, please go to my Facebook, guys. If you're listening, if you can't donate, please don't harm your own lives to help me. But if you can follow and share, that helps get the story out, man. So I'm so grateful to you, Michael. Keep fighting for all of us, man. You use your platform. You're a stud of a dude for us in this country.
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, it's how can I not be? Look at this. It's crazy. And like we're saying, you got to stand up to it. If you don't, they'll continue to like take over our country and destroy it. So
yeah, look what they're doing in Minneapolis, right? They'll steal all of our money and fight against us for stopping.
I didn't even know that about that one woman that you know, was trying to run.
Yeah, over $1 million.
Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets, joined once again by Leo Zagami, best-selling author, multiple books on the Confessions of Illuminati, and also the rise and fall of a Frankish monster, where he focuses on Jeffrey Epstein and the most powerful Jewish sect in the world. And when we did that show, Leo, I think that was our best performing show ever. You really, you know, revealed some things that people didn't have any clue about, myself included. So, but now we're looking at, and I think your recent article on your website, about Trump takes Venezuela, Putin will take the rest of Ukraine, and China will take Taiwan. It's kind of like the New World Order just keeps on going in a certain instance. What are your thoughts?
Well, first of all, let me focus on the new year. So happy New Year to all our viewers, aside from you and Tracy, of course. And we are here with a lot of news. The year is starting very fast, filled up with some astonishing events. Well, I wrote this article because I wanted to make some clarity here about what is really going on behind the scenes. Putin didn't really satisfy Trump, but at the same time, Trump knows very well that he can't go and do the same thing he did with Maduro, with Vladimir Putin. I mean, I know in the last few hours we had Zelensky saying, "Oh, maybe the next dictator," indicating, implying that Putin could end up like Maduro. Maduro didn't have 5,000 or 6,000 nukes to defend him. So, I mean, it's just an illusion to even state something like that. Yeah. There is, of course, a lot of theater, and I wanted to point out in the article that it's not only about the oil. Of course, the oil is very important. We have been talking about it for a long time, and it's, of course, more important than any drug, export facility from Venezuela, which at that point you should invade the whole of Bolivia, Colombia, and so on, which is still possible. I mean, Trump is kind of also indicating he will be interested in moving against Colombia or Cuba. But in the case of Colombia, let's remember that we are talking about some of the most powerful narco traffickers in the world who deal with some of the most powerful mafias in the world. I mean, for example, Colombia has an exclusive deal with the Italian 'Ndrangheta, which is one of the most fierce mafias in south of Italy, from Calabria. They have a very good deal going on also with the Albanian mafia. I don't think that these people will take it lightly if their business was taken away suddenly by an invasion of sorts or some kind of operation. However, discussing a little bit this whole topic at the beginning of a new year. As you know, I've been talking about the Sino-Russian world order for a long time now, since volume 7. I also talked about Taiwan as the next objective of this new world order. We can basically claim with absolute certainty at this point that the old world order, the one that was in place since the end of the Second World War, which was called New World Order at the time, is no longer new, of course. It's dead. There is something new which is unveiling.
Ah, interesting.
And so it was actually this was also stated in an article that was published on Russia Today. And it's a statement that was also made by the Slovakian Prime Minister Fico. And so it's about the end, I repeat, of the United States of America acting as sheriffs of the world, because, of course, now they are